start that talk. But life is one big question when you're staring at the clock. And the answer's always waiting at the liquor store. 40 ounces to freedom, so I take that walk. And I know that I'm not going back. Not going back. God knows I'm not going back. Hey man, I'm gonna make a rundown if you and me. It's like quarter to right now, bro. You like throw me like a buck or two, dude. Josh said he's gonna be here like 2 o'clock. I haven't even seen him. Totally broke. That owes me $20, man.
Very excited now to be joined by our friend Brandon Weichert. He's the senior editor at 1945.com. Great friend of the show. Good to see you, man. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, as always.
So, Brandon, we want to go through the story of this raid deep inside of Iran to rescue a weapons systems officer who was part of an F-15 crew, which was shot down over Iran. Of course, there's now an official story from the Pentagon. We want to get some of your reaction to all of that and potential some other theories. Let's go ahead and start with Donald Trump's announcement. We'll put it up here on the screen. He says, "We got him, my fellow Americans. Over the past several hours, the United States military pulled off one of the most daring search and rescue operations in U.S. history." He talks specifically about how all of the, it's a miraculous operation, etc. The official story of the operation was recounted here by Jack Murphy. He is the journalist actually who broke the initial news that this weapon system officer had been recovered. Let's take a listen to what he said. We're going to get your reaction.
But the broad pieces of it, as you know, there was a F-15 pilot on the ground who was escaping and evading for about 24 hours inside Iran. And from what we can tell about the effort to get him back, they did a lot of airstrikes to keep the Iranians off of his back. The Iranians had flooded a lot of assets into the area. We're actively searching for him. And meanwhile, we have to get, a ground team, helicopters in to actually extract the guy. And as we now know, they set up what's called a FARP, or a forward air refueling point. And so for people who aren't familiar, when you have to fly helicopters, but also airplanes sometimes, especially long distances, you have to set up some sort of like a fuel depot. I did this many moons ago for little birds in Iraq, just driving out somewhere and taking a fuel bullet out, leaving it in a field for a little bird pilot sometimes. This is a little bit more elaborate. There's a C-130 aircraft flown in that was refueling some of these helicopters. And this kind of plays into, how the pilot was actually pulled out of there. So they occupied this improvised landing strip, set up the FARP, and the pilot was eventually pulled out by Little Bird. So they went in and extracted him. But then on the way out, the C-130 got, as I understand, a wheel stuck in the sand. It sunk into the dirt, and the crew was trying to dig it out. And that resulted in some delays. It took them a while to get off of that FARP. And the Delta Force element that was standing by as a quick reaction force was actually called in. They came in and helped blow up the aircraft. I mean, I know one C-130 was blown. Some media reports are saying 2 C-130s. I also believe at least one helicopter was blown up. I guess they just determined that they could not recover them and get them home for whatever reason. And after that happened, whichever new aircraft, probably helicopters that they flew in the QRF on, they got everybody on those and flew them back home. And they were back over the Persian Gulf probably around 11:30 Eastern Standard Time last night. And that was pretty much the end of the operation as far as that's concerned. But I mean, the airstrikes are still ongoing.
So that's the official story, Brandon. First, zoom out. Tell us a little bit about what happened here. What does it say strategically about some of the problems already with the United States? Then, of course, the bravery of the people who also pulled this off.
Yeah, well, I'll start with that last part first. I mean, I know that there's a narrative the administration's putting out, and I know there's now a counter-narrative possibly on social media. I'll just say in either event, I think the professionalism of the U.S. military was on full display. And these people that we have as an all-volunteer force are extremely competent, and they can execute missions under a lot of pressure. And even under some of the most strenuous circumstances. And so with that being said, I think we have to look at the larger picture here and say, this was our first taste of real ground combat in Iran. And, we probably got the Wizzo and the pilot, as the administration has said. We've gotten them back home, but look at what it cost us in the process. My colleague Larry Johnson, who's a former CIA analyst, has said that's about $400 million worth of taxpayer equipment that was, destroyed in the process of this operation. That is not sustainable, especially if you look at some of the logistical problems we're having already. Not only are we cannibalizing Indo-PACOM stockpiles for interceptors and some of these JASSM ERs, which are very long-range, extended-range, long-range strike missiles, but also we're already pulling KC-135 refuelers out from the boneyard, which usually indicates that we really are strapped here for stuff. So the idea that we kind of had to blow up some of our own equipment there is, which is the story coming out of the administration, is very disturbing, because we can anticipate if there is a larger ground operation planned, as people have been saying, it's going to be even costlier than what we went through. This is a snapshot. And as for the operation itself, it does seem like there was a lot of resources thrown into recovering 2 individuals. Now, I know we don't leave our people behind, and we try to, even if they're dead, we try to organize missions to bring their bodies home. That is something that's gone on. The Ranger ethos goes back to the French-Indian War, so we don't leave men behind. I understand that. But the people online who are questioning the official narrative, I think, are not wrong to, because not only has this administration been very misleading in its official statements about everything in the war, but also it's a lot of resources and a lot of money thrown into one mission set.
Yeah, so basically I read the Reuters inside story of what happened. I read the Wall Street Journal inside story of what happened. And so the narrative is effectively, this one F-15 was down. The pilot was rescued really quickly. The other guy was, it was very difficult to find him. He's wounded, but he's able to sort of clamber up the side of this mountain, send off a distress signal. They're able to pinpoint where he is. The CIA also ran some sort of misinformation op to sort of throw the Iranians off of the case. They bring in something like 100 special operators on these C-130s. The C-130s immediately, both of them, get stuck in the dirt. I saw the pictures. We just saw some of the pictures. I don't know anything. It looks like the ground's pretty hard there, but who knows? These are very large aircraft, very heavy, etc. They bring in these Little Bird helicopters on the C-130 transport planes. Those are then used to go and grab this guy, bring him back. But since the C-130s can't get off the ground, they have to destroy the C-130s, plus some reports say 2, some reports say 4 of the Little Birds, bring in other aircraft to then rescue now this roughly 100 men and potentially women who are now stuck behind enemy lines, get them all out, etc. At the same time, you've got Reaper drones and others who are firing in the surrounding area to keep the Iranians or anyone else away from the area where this rescue is happening. So as you listen to that narrative, I agree with you. It's not, it seems to me in line with the ethos of the U.S. military that it would not be crazy to expend that amount of resources. But is it actually necessary to expend that amount of resources? Is this the way that a rescue op would normally go? Is this the normal amount of, I don't know what the proper language is, but is this the sort of stuff that you would bring to would you normally bring in 100 men to accomplish this sort of thing? What would be the reason for that?
The only thing comparable to this level was actually the failed Carter administration Operation Eagle Claw, which actually was very similar to what occurred in Iran this last weekend, where Carter had a bunch of a bunch of transport planes meet Navy elements in the middle of the Iranian desert, and they set up kind of a temporary refueling station, and the whole thing went pear-shaped from that moment onward, which it was very similar to here. And of course, in that case, though, you had a lot of American hostages at the embassy, so they needed to have an even larger military force that was able to kind of go in and theoretically get them out. So for 2 guys, it just seems like a lot of resources were expended. Now, the argument, I think, would be that the Iranian territory is very well defended, and this was very deep inside their territory. So they needed to have enough stuff to punch a hole, land, refuel, and then go out and execute their mission, and under a lot of hostile fire, which we saw those videos coming out of Iran. It looked like something from like a Battlefield video game where it was just incoming everywhere, and you had very confusing modern combat situations. So I think probably this is not the norm in terms of the amount of resources expended, but this is a pretty extraordinary instance. And if whether it was just a rescue operation or a rescue operation plus something else, the fact of the matter is this is a preview of what to expect if the president really does pull the trigger on putting a larger force on Karg Island or Qasem Island or some other part of Iran. It's going to be a very messy situation.
Right. And I think that's what we're trying to underscore here. Nobody is saying, nobody is trying to underplay, even if the official story is correct, about how great it is to get a pilot back. But, it doesn't make you a ninny to say, look, that's really great that happened, but let's zoom out a little bit. Right. We weren't even supposed to have aircraft being shot down, period. That's right. I mean, we had two A-10s go down. Can we go ahead and put, B-5 up there on the screen? You have two A-10s that go down in the span of 24 hours, apparently as part of this operation. You have F-15. I mean, that alone is a couple $100 million in aircraft, two combat rescue helicopters, an F-16 has to declare emergency, land safely, a Stratotanker declares emergency over Israel, has to land, and Iran also claimed that it had fired another U.S. jet. Now, the last one has not been confirmed. All the rest of them, it's very clear, especially when you combine some of the tanker incidents that brought down those 4 Americans who died a few weeks ago over Iraq. It is very obvious many of our airmen are in much more harm over Iran than they ever were in the global war on terror, which is a shock to the system and would be only 10 times more if there was any sort of ground invasion. So I just really would love your perspective on that.
Yeah, no, the administration keeps saying that we have total air control, and this experience clearly indicates that is not the case. The air defense network of Iran may be degraded. I fully admit it is likely degraded because of our attacks over the last, month now, but ultimately it is not destroyed. And I think that any American who has family in the military should be aware that this mission set is not exactly as the Pentagon is claiming. It is not this walk in the park. It's not this spike the football moment. This is a very dangerous and high-tempo operation. It's straining our people. It's straining in the military. It's straining the already strained equipment, and it's draining our already finite supplies of critical weapons and material at a time when the whole world seems to be stretching the American military juggernaut. So this is not the rosy scenario that's being depicted in American corporate press. And I think this is very dangerous because I think this leads the president, actually. I think the president starts thinking, oh, well, this is a cakewalk. I've got total control. I can then do the next step, which is to put more troops on the ground, and we'll wrap this up in a few weeks. And that is not going to be the case.
All right, so let's talk about the alternate theory. No one is saying this is proven, but we certainly can't take this administration's word for literally anything. We also can't take the Iranian regime's word for literally anything. So it's left to all of us to look at the evidence and ask us if we think that it makes sense and comports with reality. So here is one example of the way this theory is being put together. Let's go ahead and put this up on the screen. So this is from a visiting assistant professor at a Fletcher school. And he says that he believes this was not just about rescuing this one airman, but that this was actually unrelated to the pilot rescue mission. And the attempt here was to go in and try to grab the nuclear material. So I'll read what he lays out. He says, emerging evidence suggests that U.S. operations south of Isfahan, marked in red on the map, were unrelated to any pilot rescue mission. The downed American pilot was reportedly located in southwest Iran, near these different provinces whose names I definitely will screw up if I try to pronounce, marked in blue on the map, not central Iran. Instead, this appears to have been a failed heliborne insertion aimed at locating uranium within Iran. The recent dismissal of seasoned U.S. generals may not be coincidental, may reflect internal resistance to such high-risk operations. Given Iran's increasingly effective air defense and the apparent failure of this mission, the viability of future heliborne incursions deep into Iranian territory is now in serious doubt and may need to be abandoned. So the idea here is effectively that, I think it's not in doubt an F-15 went down and there were two individuals on board who had to be rescued. When they were rescued, how they were rescued, whether this was a rescue plus or whether the guy was already rescued and then they just used that as a cover to try this thing so that they could declare mission accomplished even if it went sideways. I think that is all of this is pure speculation at this point. But basically what people are looking at is the fact that you had so many resources devoted to this that it was really close to Isfahan, which is reportedly where most of the enriched uranium is, that there seems to have been an attempt to set up effectively sort of like a temporary base in this agricultural airstrip, that this attempt apparently failed, and that you had to blow up all of this equipment and then have others come in and to the rescue, that this is indicative potentially not of at least just a pilot rescue, but it may have been another mission that ultimately failed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wrote for the Daily Caller last week an opinion piece analyzing why I thought if we did do a ground incursion, it would be the Tom Clancy uranium hunt, because that seems to be what President Trump has been fixated on, is the prospect of an Iranian nuclear weapons breakout. He's been talking about this for years, and to be fair to him, this is not something new. He's been talking about it since the 2016 campaign when he was opposed to the JCPOA that Obama negotiated. So that would have been the most consistent. And if you were doing the Ghost Recon uranium hunt in the middle of the desert, the kind of equipment that was brought in and the kind of planes that were brought in and the kind of outlay of resources, that's all consistent with a uranium hunt. They needed to set up an airstrip. They did. They needed to be able to have, hold the territory long enough for heavier equipment to ultimately be brought in. That didn't happen, but it very well may have been the next step if this was just more than a rescue operation. And the fact that it's in Isfahan, or just near Isfahan, that's the real thing that has a lot of very learned people. This isn't just internet conspiracy theorists. This is very learned people who are experts in foreign policy and national security who are suggesting that, hey, there's more to this story because the kind of resources that were brought to bear are not consistent with two people being rescued. Furthermore, the F-15 that was used in question is a two-seater Strike Eagle. That is a very specific aircraft that is used for certain kind of, at times, suppression of enemy air defense, SEAD missions. That indicates to me also that there was some kind of escalation in the offing when that airplane was deployed in the first place to go out and I believe it was deployed near Karg Island. So ultimately, there's some very odd things going on here that do not align with the official narrative.
Yeah. And I think, look, it genuinely could be both. The guys nearby, hey, also, we need to be able to test. Put a landing strip down. Yeah. Let's put all these people. If this works well, then we could build off of this. Last question.
Operating days.
Right. So that's my last question for you. Are you more so some people saw, maybe Trump will take this as an off-ramp. Knowing his psychology, especially with Venezuela, they're going to sell this to him as a stunning success. This only makes ground troops more likely to me. Yeah. Curious for your view.
Oh, I think we're going in somewhere into Iran. I think now, if anything, you saw that very troubling Easter message from the president. And, I was at my church yesterday and they're all very pro-Trump, but even they were like, why did he say such a thing on Easter of all days? It's, I think it's because he was reacting likely to what was really a disastrous, they pulled it off in terms of getting the pilots back, which again, that's excellent and good job. But ultimately $400 million worth of equipment lost, and the Iranians now have this big propaganda victory, etc. I think that Trump now is going to want to double down because he's going to want to basically reassert his control over the situation, which means ground troops are next somewhere. And this is a snapshot of how badly things could go, and they will go badly. And then after that, of course, the next escalation is nuclear weapons. And as you know, I'm still very fearful that is ultimately where this is headed in some fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. So you mean to tell me open the fucking straight, praise be to Allah was not the Easter message that churchgoers were expecting from our president?
No.
How strange.
No. It was... It was very
We're
jarring.
like, wow. I'd actually love to hear the cope on that one, but that's a segment for another time. Thank you, Brandon, for
Thanks,
your
Brandon.
time. We
Guys.
always appreciate your analysis.
Yeah, have a good one.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
Fantasy and
And
history have
if
come
you'd like to get
together
the full show
to tease the
ad-free and in your
imagination.
What up? Hey, what are you hitting me for? What's going on? Dude, fucking weird. So early? It's so early. Um, how was your day? Hmm, what's up? Are we popular or are we mad? Um, maybe both? Um, I I try not to get mad. I try to like the stages of grief or whatever, and I'm try to just spend most of my time in the ironic detached, like amusement. I don't know if that's actually one of the grief stages, but that's the stage where I am. Like, oh man. It's so pathetic and it's so like I don't want to say baffling, but it is, it's like, what the fuck are you even thinking? I just want to know, like, what they're, like Sagar just said. Like, I want to know what the cope is. Like, what are they telling you? Like, when you talk to your Mossad handlers, like, when you get briefed, what are they telling you that makes you think this is going not even good, that this is going something that's not just the worst fucking thing? Like, I saw somebody else describe it because that all that shit that guy said was not true. Like it because I think Trump even eventually admitted it. There was like over 100 planes. There was this whole fucking thing. They still claiming the planes was all to rescue the fucking pilot, but none of that fucking fits. You don't bring in a C-130 to do search and rescue, right? Um, so they got ambushed. Like they knew that they were trying to do some shit like this, and they knew like what like the airfield because they even leaked that story in the Wall Street Journal or whatever about how they were going to do a guerrilla runway build at some point. So I feel like they narrowed it down for them, and then they were just fucking like all they had to do was like keep an eye on like a couple different like rural airstrips. Um, and like didn't even seem like it would have been that hard. And then I would trust a Hercules to get me home over a little bird. I mean, the little bird is in the Hercules, right? So they put the fucking helicopters in the back of the plane, and then they fly the plane, and then the helicopters get out and look for him, right? I think that's all bullshit, though. I do. I don't think. I think like I'm unsure if there even was a pilot or whatever was going on with that. Like the the idea that you could somehow justify that much additional equipment um so that this guy didn't have to like hide or whatever, like come on. He's gonna have to admit it eventually too. Yeah, the math ain't mathin', exactly. I think I got the thing about it, but um mm, what do you guys have? He says very nice things about me. He said you said Joe Biden is mentally retarded person, but he says very nice things about me. He was just like like when he has all those fucking funny things that he's having a fucking awful day. I want to watch some of these Lego videos too. Mm. I this headline too. Iran fears Trump's lost it, will nuke them. That's what I've thought the entire time. I'm glad we're on the same page. I don't know what I want to start with. I have so many things to look at. Mm. Sorry, that's about my sublime limit. I heard KRS-One on the radio today. I've been listening to Sublime since. I had a tweet where he like described it very, like an account I trust, laid it out really nicely. Like you guys saw like them posting their passports and all, right? I saw Ron Paul too. He's, conspiracy theorist Ron Paul.
Because he's dropping science, dropping history with a whole heap of style and intelligence.
Yeah, this is such a Lynchian shot.
And I know because of KRS-One. Yeah, and I know.
Who? Lynch or KRS-One? I think KRS-One died recently too, right? Super weird day. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's actually more like a Richard Kelly, right? This is like a Donnie Darko.
Dorian, I don't think it gets much more hostile than
Like, why?
capable fighters. They're very tough people.
He couldn't restrain himself while the Easter Bunny was next to him? The poor guy in the suit.
Strong like they were about a month ago, I can tell you. In fact, right now they're
He keeps repeating that.
in my opinion, but we're
Not too strong at all. Oh, Ron Paul. Oh, no, yeah, Ron Paul's still alive.
They're capable fighters. They're very tough people. And there are others like that. You don't mind when the enemy is weak, but that enemy is strong. Not so strong like
Here, this guy, this isn't the tweet I was looking for, but that'll work.
Not too strong at all, in my opinion.
Not too strong at all.
Aren't we? Tori, I don't think it gets much more hostile than Iran. They're capable fighters. They're very tough people. And there are others like that. You don't mind when the enemy is weak, but that enemy is strong.
I think it's just the things that, like, basically everything Pete Hegseth has said in front of a microphone would have been better left unsaid. I think, like, is this Graham Plattner cutting this guy's hair? Is it like a charity haircut thing?
Not a single taxpayer dollar should be spent on arming and defending a country that commits a genocide. I would absolutely support Senator Sanders' bill to restrict military aid.
What is that
But
t-shirt?
I'll be entirely honest, looking down the road, this
He
is a
needs to
nation
up
that right
his-
now is
his,
exterminating
like,
people.
You know,
It is going to be very difficult for me to ever be able to look at them again and see someone that we should be working with closely.
yeah.
An immense amount of work is going to have to be done, in my opinion, to fix that relationship. Because what I am witnessing now
giving himself an out.
is the height of horror. And the fact that it is being done
Does look like he's
by
cutting his hair out.
bombs that are built in this country and paid for with our tax dollars is utterly unconscionable, and it needs to end.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. It was like a charity barbershop thing. Wow. All right. Why does it keep doing that? Here's some of our chatters' favorite conspiracy about Trump's hand. I don't see anything. Extremely swollen and discolored. I don't know. That's where he gets the serum. It's where he gets his gamma infusements, his gamma ray infusements. I don't know, he just got like, when you're like bloated, it doesn't look like a bruise like it did that one time. I think he has Montgomery Burns disorder, where there's like, he has everything wrong with him at once, and they're all fighting to take him out. His kids are all such losers too. This is our Charlie Kirk clone. We've had him cloned. He's gonna be great. He's very strong. Okay. EDS? What? Is that erectile dysfunction? What? Giving the middle finger and gesturing for a blowjob. He's the sign language guy. Yeah. It's the usual concealer. Oh, okay. It's the makeup. Okay. He's got the bandage on his hand. Ooh. I like how the soldiers are all chudded up with their skulls and shit. Dude. Yeah, see, this was very polite of them. Yeah, I saw 25 dead soldiers. I think that's probably short too, right? Look, a lot of these are Israelis, but documents, IDs, and personal belongings of the aircraft crew that crashed. I wonder if that credit card still works. That would be fucking sick. Identity documents and weapons left behind. Dude, those guys still bitch about like the stuff they left in Afghanistan. It was like 30-year-old crap. Is that the C-130 though? So it looks like they claim that those got stuck in the sand and they had to destroy them because somehow they couldn't let their 75-year-old planes fall into the hands of the enemy. I mean, it's not like a new plane, it's not like cutting edge tech. Really hard to say. and we had to destroy it so it didn't fall into the enemy's hands. That doesn't really fit. Wow. We just got started, Ronaldo. Oh, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Okay, sorry. Sorry. I knew it didn't fit. I was just being cute. Best international short. Yeah. Nice. Alright, so here's this one thread for this guy. Okay. This is long. Oh, fuck. Alright. In making sense of a complex event, it's often best to start with the facts and then work backwards from there. So what are we to make of this weekend in Iran? My theory is that we just saw an attempt to seize Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium unravel. Down the rabbit hole. Let's run through the timeline and location of key events first. See, this is what I was saying about, like, them being able to do a 9/11. It's like, this is the information, like, within a few days, like, random people on the internet, and again, across the ideological spectrum, too, like, figured this shit out, even though it's in a remote region of a country on the other side of the world. People were still able to, like, piece it together, you know, using, like, you know, like the negative template aspect, like seeing the lies that they're telling. Why are they lying like that? Okay, well, and it gives you, you know, you can extrapolate from that. So, like, them being able to, like, pull off some sort of incredibly complicated, like, 9/11 style event domestically, I think would be very fucking difficult, you know. Let's see. In the evening of April 2nd, the Uranium military released a video of them shooting down a USAF aircraft. It was initially claimed as having occurred over the Persian Gulf, but apparently occurred near Isfahan. Wreckage corresponding to an F-15E of the 494th Tactical Fighter Squadron was recovered from a site south of Isfahan the morning of April 3rd, although geolocation of the very barren crash site took some time. Yeah, the geolocating and all too, right? Like, they're able to, like, look at the hills and stuff and find out exactly where it is. The afternoon of April 3rd, a number of USAF HH-60s and HC-130s fuelers were spotted operating further south and west in Iran. Yeah, they fly, like, those refueling missions for everything now. Like, sounds like. Spotted operating further south and west in Iran, over Kogalu and Boyer Ahmad province, as well as at least one A-10, an MQ-9 Reaper, and apparently an F-35. An anti-aircraft battle developed, and the combat search and rescue HH-60s and A-10 were damaged, the A-10 pilots ejecting over the Persian Gulf. The HH-60s were reported as damaged, and one was photographed trailing smoke. Reports emerged at the time that the pilot of the F-15E, which had crashed near Isfahan, although this was then unclear, had been rescued, while the Wizzo remained at large. Provincial authorities in Kogalu asked civilians to be on the lookout for an American aviator around this time, and numerous photos of militia searching for him emerged. The next day passed relatively uneventfully. The evening of April 4th, however, there was a report of more helicopter activity slightly further north, in the Charmahal and Bakatari province, accompanied by a washed-out photograph of an unknown helicopter flying very low on a very dark night. We saw that photo. Later that night, news emerged that the F-15E's Wizzo had been rescued, and that the C-130s had been abandoned and scuttled at a forward base in the Isfahan area during the withdrawal of a company-sized SOF force. I don't know what SOF means, but had landed in the area. Over 100 operators ostensibly having been sent to rescue one aviator. Over 100 operators ostensibly being sent to rescue one aviator. I don't think that's how that works. Special Operations Force is okay. Photographs that emerged as dawn broke showed 2 burned out C-130s and several destroyed MH-6 Little Bird Special Operations Forces assault helicopters, in a scene reminiscent of the aftermath of Operation Eagle Claw. The USAF C-295 tactical transport was caught on video around that time flying in Iran, presumably outbound at extremely low altitude. So what are we to make of this? First and foremost, the official story that a huge direct action special forces force landed near Isfahan with assault helicopters and heavy transport aircraft to rescue one fugitive airman is nonsense. Not because the USAF won't go to extreme lengths to recover isolated personnel, it can, will, and did in this case, but because that's an absolutely nonsensical way to accomplish that mission. Totally inappropriate force package for a mission to go in, extract a single person from a remote area, and leave. Ergo, this SOF task force was there on other business. So how were the pilots actually recovered? In all likelihood, exactly the way you would expect them to be recovered. By USAF PJs and long-range helicopters under cover of darkness. The rescue force probably recovered the pilot from the Isfahan area late at night on April 2nd and 3rd and were caught in daylight as they exfiltrated, leading to the aforementioned anti-aircraft battle the morning of April 3rd and a high-risk refueling over Iranian territory that was filmed by many Iranians on the ground, as well as a shot-down A-10 trying to clear a path for the helicopters to exfiltrate. The Wizzo was likely recovered from his hide site near Isfahan by HH-60 in a quiet and deliberate operation the night of April 4th and 5th. 1 or 2 birds in and out under cover of darkness, a far cry from the gung-ho stories currently being spun. So what about the Special Forces rodeo happening at the same time? Well, why was an F-15 flying downtown to Isfahan the evening of April 2nd to begin with? Probably because there was a huge direct action raid planned in the Isfahan area for the night of April 4th-5th, likely going after enriched uranium at an underground facility in the region, and the Iranian air defenses around Isfahan weren't going to suppress themselves. The plan was likely to fly several MH-6 assault birds and a sizable force of operators via C-130 and C-295 to a forward staging area near Isfahan the evening of April 4th. Hit a reported cache site or sites for enriched uranium and try to make it out with the magic dust by daybreak on April 5th. In any event, the USAF wasn't going to send transports somewhere it wouldn't send strike aircraft. So the Air Force cashed its check on claims of air superiority and in went the strike package the evening of April 2nd. Lo and behold, one of the F-15Es went down because reports of the demise of the Iranian air defense network had been greatly exaggerated. Any rational planner would have scrubbed the Special Forces operation at this point because they lost control of the situation and the Iranian defenses had proven more effective than planned. We went ahead anyways and inserted the Special Forces Task Force the evening of April 4th. I strongly suspect that this force was immediately discovered by Iranian drones that would have been up and searching for this Wizzo, because 5 transport aircraft, including at least 2 C-130s, about what would be required for a bunch of little birds and a company-sized element of operators with equipment, landing at a desert airstrip 50 kilometers from Isfahan, the same general area where the Wizzo was taking cover, would be pretty goddamn obvious to anything with thermals. Iranian troops immediately deployed and began converging. Task Force probably took indirect fire, and the operational commander immediately aborted mission and retreated in the 3 remaining operational aircraft. Scuttling charges on delayed fuses burned 2 C-130s and an unknown number of MH-6s that had been abandoned at the airstrip around dawn. The story that they were there to rescue the Wizzo was concocted at that time to cover the disastrously failed raid, as were the logistically implausible claims that the task force had been rescued by 3 additional aircraft after the 2 C-130s got stuck on the landing zone and were scuttled, perhaps to minimize the scale of the effort. Claims that a large battle took place appear to be similarly exaggerated. Video has emerged of the single group of Iranian militia apparently killed in a drone strike, but nothing of the non-stop bombing and firefights that were rumored across Telegram all night. I remind the reader that the events of the last few days have proven quite conclusively that Iranians seem to have plenty of imminent access to post photos and video when they actually have something worthwhile to film. I'd like to note that Hegseth fired General George, U.S. Army Chief of Staff, on April 2nd, apparently because he just wasn't a good fit for the job, and definitely not because he told him that his whole scheme was insane. It seems to me that the good general's advice should have perhaps been heeded. Yeah, this guy basically said the same thing, right? Should have just read this. This is a lot easier. The foolhardy mission flew into an Iranian ambush, and 2 of the HC-130s were hit and forced to use the agricultural airstrip as an emergency ditching site, where they crash-landed hard with their full loads and were disabled. Yeah, the bare dirt agricultural airstrip was undoubtedly known and mapped as an emergency ditching site, but was not envisioned as an operational drop zone. Region power plant, praise be to Allah tweet. Yeah, that would have been Sunday morning, right? So this failed Saturday night. Or maybe they did just had a regular search and rescue mission to get the guy. While this was going on. I mean, I don't know if they were planning it in advance. They probably didn't think like, oh, we can say, if this fails, we'll say it was a rescue mission or whatever. That was probably just like after the fact, Yeah. It doesn't make sense that 2 people who ejected from the same plan would not be trying to get to one another. They would be rescued together. Yeah. Or it would just be like, oh, circle back. He's probably right over here. I saw his chute go down over there or whatever. Site in order to encircle the stranded aircraft and troops. Yeah, I saw that the guys that the Iranian militia that they shot too were drones. Like, they knew where the guy was, and the drones were kind of like circling him in case any troops got nearby. U.S. used jet aircraft to bomb to smithereens the stranded H-130s and offloaded MH-6 helicopters. After absorbing the shocking results of the failed mission, the U.S. triumphantly claimed the pilot was rescued, the operation was a brilliant success, and the U.S. has the greatest military in human history. Yeah, you saw Hegseth did the Easter thing too, right? He was like, oh, he was caught on Friday and resurrected on Sunday. Could not resist, man. Ugh. I didn't get the tweet. I thought I did. Whatever. Yeah, and he's like threatening to threatened to jail a journalist who reported it, and then he found out it was an Israeli journalist, and then he fucking stopped talking about it. Are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passing through the strait? What about us charging tolls? We're the winner, we won. They're militarily defeated. We have a concept where we'll charge tolls. Yeah, if they had gotten that uranium, Trump might have been a good, you know. Damn, maybe they should have let him. They should make up like a fake uranium thing and be like, "Oh, I hope nobody steals our enriched uranium. Oh, we're just wandering around right next to the border over here." 450 Shabab missiles rained down on Israel in just minutes. Unprecedented. Wow. Where are they? Oh. Wow, you could see them a lot clearer on my phone. Interesting. I don't even see them coming in. Oh, I guess there they are. Damn. Fucked up, dude. "25 U.S. soldiers," this person says. Just the video we just watched. Yeah, I didn't see them show 25, but I mean, this guy has given me no reason to distrust anything he says.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. نیروهای دریایی و هوافضای سپاه پاسداران پیرو اعلامیه‌های حاوی اخطار قرارگاه مرکزی خاتم الانبیا صلوات الله علیه از صبح امروز در موج 98 عملیات بعدی صادق 4 با رمز مبارک یا سید الساجدین علیه السلام به فضل الهی عملیات‌های تهاجمی خود را علیه مقرهای فرماندهی، عملیاتی، لوجستیکی و زیرساخت‌های صنعتی نظامی آمریکایی و صهیونیستی ترتیب دادند. در بخش نخست این عملیات در صبح امروز رزمندگان نیروی دریایی سپاه کشتی کانتینربر SDN7 متعلق به رژیم صهیونیستی را با موشک کروز هدف قرار دادند که پس از انهدام دچار آتش سوزی گسترده شد.
After being struck, massive fire, U.S. terrorist army amphibious helicopter carrier with hull number 41 was struck by offensive projectiles. After this wave, it was forced to retreat. Deep dive deep into the Indian Ocean. North and south of Tel Aviv, strategic centers in Haifa, chemical companies and factories, barges. Gathering points of Zionist military personnel and capitals were precisely struck by ballistic missiles. Proud IRGC aerospace fighters. Another part of offensive operations, the Joint Zionist Drone Production Center in the UAE. And a number of aircraft stationed at Ali al-Salam base were precisely struck by drones and missiles. Al-Ubaid base in Kuwait was struck. IRGC, missile and drone attacks, following which helicopter storage and accommodation facilities of the invading U.S. terrorist army were destroyed. U.S. Victoria base, command and control centers in Baghdad were effectively targeted by the successful and powerful operations of the Islamic resistance of Iraq. 5 hideouts and organizing centers of terrorist factions in northern Iraq were also after intelligence identification effectively struck by drones. The brave men of the Islamic Republic of Iran's army, in a precise and planned operation, using Arash offensive drones in recent hours, struck the Al-Kharaj base in Camp Al-Ubaid. The American terrorists with Arash offensive drones. The deployment of AWACS aircraft, F-35s, and MQ Reaper drones serve as America's eyes in the region, and given the deployment of these aircraft, tanker aircraft at Al-Kharaj base plays a key role in supporting American operations. The deployment of ground unit special forces and the Night Stalker special helicopter unit, Camp Al-Ubaid in Kuwait played an important role in the enemy's defeated operations south of Isfahan. It is now under precise army strikes. Iran's sky defenders in the Army and IRGC, under the guidance of the Integrated National Air Defense Network, successfully shot down one Herbal drone over Kermanshah and one Hermes 450 over Andamir. 2 NQ drones over Isfahan and Kashem, 1 cruise missile near Jask by IRC fighters, and 2 Tomahawk cruise missiles and 1 Jask missile over Tehran and Hamadan by Army fighters. The rude, insolent rhetoric and baseless threats of the delusional American president, stemming from being trapped in a dead end and justifying the successive defeats of the American army, will have no effect on the continuation of the offensive and crushing operations of Islam's fighters against the American and Zionist enemies, and will never be able to compensate for the disgrace and humiliation of America and West Asia. With God's help, every action you take, another defeat will be added to your previous defeats. Damn. Fucking cold as fuck, dude. What's up? What's up, Clarence? Look. Look, see Ron Paul. A large U.S. military operation was launched inside Iran, close to where some believe the 60% enriched uranium is stored. The stated goal was to retrieve F-15 pilots who were shot down in the area, but nothing at all adds up. Did the CIA or Mossad or someone else convince the president that he could snatch Iran's uranium like he snatched Maduro out of Venezuela? Whatever the case, the operation was a spectacular failure, with at least 6 U.S. military aircraft shot down. When we learn the truth about what happened. Half hour long. The discombobulator didn't work? The Iranians begin declassifying details regarding the destruction of American aircraft. Footage documents what U.S. commandos left behind, including documents, directives, weapons, missiles, and technical stop cards in Gulf capitals, Israel, and refueling locations. Oh, yikes. Convinced him it'd be like Venezuela? I don't see how, though. Just in the, you have to go overland, right? Just they can go to Venezuela, they can sneak in, it's, not that far from the ocean or whatever. They can get in and get out, especially if the discombobulator's working. They need to fly for hundreds of miles just to get over the, Isfahan. And then this facility's dug in, It's not like a presidential palace or whatever. That's a house, I mean, Hegseth did say that. A tunneler machine? I don't know about that. Maybe. don't know where they're going. Oh, tunnel from the airstrip into the facility. Yeah. I mean, if you can fit like 6 helicopters in there or multiple helicopters in the back of that those C-130s, then sure, why not?
You know, the Iranians are not going to give up, no matter what. And what this is going to cause is a civilizational collapse, in my opinion, across the world. And we're going to see tens, if not hundreds of millions of people on the move. And whether it's in Latin America, and the North America will be collapsing, but still people will be going down those routes that they've been going traditionally. And the same is true from Africa and Asia to Europe, even though Europe will be collapsing. There will be hunger, there will be starvation. What Trump is doing is just beyond belief. And the evilness of what he is saying and the implication of what he's threatening, you would think that they would remove him from power today. And you would think that the legacy media would be outraged and saying, how in the world could you ever talk about sending a nation with thousands of years of heritage? And what is their crime? Their crime is that in 1979, they became independent of the United States. And then their crime is that they support the Palestinian people. They're saying no to genocide, just like they're saying no to the starvation of the people of Cuba. That's the crime of the Iranian people. The essence of their guilt, what is really lying behind the guilt of the Iranian people,
the crime is being too close to Israel.
Palestinians are not Amalek. They are human beings. Actually, they're the Semites. That is the real story, and that is why we must be crushed.
Yeah. Like, you've seen those studies that show that the Palestinians have, like, you know, so much more of the ancient DNA. You know, that fucking burns them up. That's why the fucking, you know, 23andMe and all those take-home tests are, like, banned in Israel. But you saw that poll that came out today, too. Somehow, like, the Democrats are still have, like, higher unfavorables. Meanwhile, they're all fucking talking about Hassan. Ugh. Oh yeah. Telemundo's stuck-up female drivers. Yeah, this was a good take. You see this?
Hoy, ¿sabes? Unos venezolanos aquí diciendo que yo soy un asqueroso, ¿sabes? Que yo soy, ¿sabes? Como...
What? Spanish? They say I'm disgusting for supporting the dictator Maduro, but I also hung out with the president of Honduras, who's a narco. But since he's not a communist, nobody said a thing. That's fine, because he's just a narco. You getting it? I bet you Maduro's cool as fuck to hang out with.
Joining us now is our great friend, Dr. Trita Parsi of the Quincy Institute. Yeah. Great friend of the show. Good to see you, sir. Thanks for joining us.
This has got to be the federal courthouse, though, right? What's Tekashi 6ix9ine? What's he charged with?
Be with you.
Okay, let's go ahead and start off with a tremendous allegation here, where the president telling Trey Yingst of Fox News that actually the United States did send arms to Kurd.
Trita Parsi better watch out, though, man. Laura Loomer's got him in her sights.
To some Kurdish militant groups, and that somehow that ended up failing as some sort of mission. Let's take a listen. We'll get your reaction.
Now, the president also provided new details on what happened earlier this year as the Iranian regime took to the streets and slaughtered what the president tells me is 45,000 civilians in their own country. After that took place, President Trump told me the United States sent guns to the Iranian protesters. He tells me we sent them a lot of guns. We sent them through the Kurds, and the president says he thinks the Kurds kept them. He went on to say we sent guns to the protesters, a lot of them.
Pretty extraordinary allegation there, sir. Maybe either talking about the previous protests from before the war
First
or
they
after
came
the
for
war,
the narco
arming the
terrorists.
Kurds. But how should we receive and analyze this news in the context of the war that we're currently in?
Well, if you go back and look at the coverage of these protests at the time and my own interviews with you guys, it was very
Pompeo,
clear
they couldn't
that there was
help but run their
something very
mouths.
different about these protests in terms of the violence,
Quote,
not
unquote,
only that was used
protest.
overwhelmingly, of course, by the Iranian government and the very large number of deaths, not the 40,000 that Trump is referencing, but certainly around 7,000. But also because there was so much violence from some elements within the protest movement, which was very unusual. So you saw targeting of mosques, of fire stations, of banks, etc., as well as the killing of at least 200 or so of the government's forces. This is not what we had seen in Iran before. And at the time, a lot of us was trying to understand how is it that this came about this way, that we have this very significant change in trends. And at the time, of course, Mike Pompeo, former head of CIA, was tweeting how the Mossad was on the ground, hinting at the US arming these various elements. And now, of course, Trump coming with not an allegation, but probably a revelation.
Yeah, an
that
admission.
This actually was exactly what was happening, that there was elements inside of Iran that were being armed by the United States and Israel, were conducting some of this violence. Now, the timeline that he's presenting here seems to be a bit off.
I wonder if they could fit one of those in a plane.
Armaments came to these protesters after the Iranian government killed so many of them, and this is around January 8th and 9th. But I think he may have actually misspoken there, because there were clear evidence that something was happening before then, and that really what this was is that you had two different things happening at the same time. A very large, highly peaceful protest against the government, calling for it to be completely replaced. And then another element that operated under the shadow of these larger protests that was using violence on a scale that we had not seen before. And a lot of the protesters that were out there had no idea about this. They were not involved in any violence. They were not going out there protesting violently to overthrow the government. Nevertheless, once the government started clamping down, they killed both peaceful protesters as well as people from these armed elements.
What
appears to
find
be
the
without
person
much
who did
discrimination.
this.
Very important, that we make that distinction. But to say openly from the president, we sent them a lot of weapons, actually probably bolsters a lot of the case that the regime itself was making for why it had to have such a large crackdown in the first place. So at the same time, though, we have to get your reaction here for how the Iranians are going to respond from Trump's insane Easter message. Let's put it up there, guys, on the screen. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day, Bridge Day, all wrapped in one. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump.
That makes a lot of sense that's like, he found out about the failed uranium grab operation, and this is what he tweeted. Like, it's just like every fucking awful thing you can do, he's like, I just gotta do it. Like, this is after they had already attacked the nuclear power plant. I mean,
Trump, tell us a little bit about, sir, about the way that this is going to be internalized in
the monarchists are
by
going
the
to be mad
regime
because
as they
he said,
consider
"Praise be to Allah."
all these last-minute ceasefire proposals and things that are flying around this morning.
I think there will be two primary takeaways on the Iranians. The first one is that Trump is losing it, that he's acting in increased desperation. He's speaking from a position of anger and frustration rather than through measured and thought through threats that he actually can act on. He's issued a lot of threats that he has not acted on. Precisely because he cannot act on them without causing massive escalation that would backfire on the U.S.
Lack confirmation.
Yeah, and so
secondly,
go ahead. No.
Sorry, go ahead. Secondly, when looking at this, I think the Iranians are probably starting to think that Trump may actually go towards the nuclear
also
option.
Too.
That his desperation has now led to a scenario in which he may very well.
I saw that the visas that they found in the planes were all for like tourist visas, which backs up what that Anthony Aguilar guy said from the Gaza Foundation thing, that, whatever you want to call that. that was one of his accusations, was that they were all there under these tourist visas and they weren't supposed to be. I forget what his problem with that was, but that's all the shit they pulled out of the planes were all tourist visas.
Consider options like that. And I have spoken to former U.S. officials who are very concerned that this is the direction that Trump is going in. The use of language such as total surrender, etc., that echoes the Second World War language vis-a-vis the Japanese, for instance, are things that are making people worry that this may actually be a consideration, mindful of the fact that none of Trump's threats or actions so far have brought the Iranians an inch closer toward the type of surrender and capitulation that Trump still seems to be looking for. I don't think it's forthcoming. And as a result, people are starting to fear that actually there may be a use of a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, I'm terrified about it as well. I made a joke earlier in the show. The thing about the madman theory is you're not supposed to actually be mad. You're just supposed to be pretending to be mad. But that's actually kind of the core question. At this point, every ounce of pressure the U.S. has put for a ceasefire has been rejected.
I want to see what's going on in Israel.
That leads to the U.S. logic of let's up it because this time they might break. We do have this statement from the Speaker of the Parliament. We can put it up here on the screen. He says, your reckless moves are dragging the United States into a living hell. For every single family member in our whole region is going to burn because you insist on following Netanyahu's commands. So they remain defiant. But, sir, if we do go past the deadline...
is that defiant, though? Like, he's trying to give Trump the benefit of the doubt. He's trying to blame it on Netanyahu.
The attack does happen. What will the likely response by Iran then be? Will we see the same horizontal escalation across the region?
Where's all the filing cabinets?
What possibly do they have left in their arsenal to make things even worse and escalate this into total war?
We don't know what they have left in their arsenal.
But they were setting up on Israel with tourist visas.
Left, if they have more advanced missiles that they haven't used. I think we should admit, though, that they have surprised the United States several times by using missile technology, etc., that, frankly, we didn't believe that they had. So I think one has to be very humble in recognizing that perhaps they have several other cards up their sleeves that could really surprise us. I think also what we saw over the weekend with what appears to have been a rescue attempt against an American pilot that was shot down in Iranian airspace, but also that there seems to be other things going on that may suggest that there also was perhaps an effort to launch some form of a smaller land invasion in order to grab the Iranian HU, but that it failed. All of these things are coming together here. And I think what we're seeing is that as a result, the Iranians may very well do exactly what they have threatened to do, but have not done yet, which is to go after the oil infrastructure, the energy infrastructure in the region, as well as desalination plants, etc., in the GCC states, as well as in Israel. And those states are actually more sensitive when it comes to this than Iran is. And if the Iranians go after the oil installations and the oil infrastructure, I think we have to recognize that's a very different scenario we would end up in. Right now, the oil prices are high because of a bottleneck in the Persian Gulf. The oil tankers are not coming through unless they pay the Iranians a transit fee. We are not having an oil problem because infrastructure has been destroyed and production has come down. But if you add that to the scenario, which means that not only do we have a bottleneck, but we also have a production problem, that's when you will likely see oil prices go up between 150, perhaps 200. Not only is it going to increase because of that immediate shortage, but because if the oil infrastructure is taken out, then you also have long-term shortages because it's going to take years to be able to rebuild all of that. Right now, in the absence of that destruction, oil prices can actually go down to more normal levels within weeks if this conflict is resolved. But if the oil infrastructure is destroyed, it's going to take years to do so, even if the conflict is resolved. That's a major escalatory card that the Iranians have. They've been using it as a counter threat to prevent the United States from going after Iran's oil infrastructure and other civilian infrastructure.
Last question for you then. What about the Houthis? They've remained largely out of the conflict so far in the Red Sea. They did fire several missiles at Israel today, but they have not fully tried to close the Red Sea. I saw some reports that it's possible that they'd been paid off by Saudi Arabia or bribed effectively to stay out of the conflict. How seriously do you take those reports? Do you think they're just holding back? Because they're strategy so far in the conflict has either not made sense or they just seem to be waiting. What do you think?
I think it's more that they're waiting. What we have seen is that what they have done when they have done something, it appears to have been very closely coordinated, not only with Iran, but also with Hezbollah in Lebanon, meaning that the attacks are coming in a very coordinated and timed fashion in order to make the Israelis put them as a disadvantageous position as possible. All of that to me suggests that they're demonstrating their capability as a deterrence. But if the US escalates massively after these threats, then I think it is quite likely that the Houthis will enter the war fully, and that will again further the horizontal escalation from what we've seen so far.
Yeah. Well, sir, thank you as always for joining us. And
I mean, I think they've been trying to escalate and they keep fucking failing. Like, I don't know. Again, I also worry that they're going to resort to nukes. Like, hard to predict how anybody else is going to react to that. It seems like they'd have to. But, I mean, what else could they do? Like, it seems like the mission that they were trying to pull off the other night was pretty, like, it seems like they fucked it up about as bad as you could possibly fuck it up. Like, it was about as devastating a loss as you could possibly have. Like, it wasn't like they were attacking the soldiers or anything. They were trying to, like, sneak in, and they were just immediately caught and wrecked. Yeah, too much ego to take the L. Like, dude.
They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about
he doesn't even remember.
Gays for Iran.
He doesn't even remember.
They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly...
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, they're not taking to the streets to demand that, you overthrow their government because you told them not to. Got it.
It's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave, I'm brave, we're all brave. But we're also intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots with the best rifles you can get, and hitting you right between the eyes every single time.
Are you talking about
Israelis?
Or?
And you're looking here, you're out of there. I don't care who. They don't tell you the real facts.
Oh, God. It's so fucking pathetic. Like, what? What's this one? Oh, yeah, Nick Pope died. No comment. Yeah, you're not brave. You dodged the fucking draft. Yeah. Did y'all see this?
Officer, I spent 17 years in the U.S. Army. I've held assignments as an intelligence officer at the DIA, the ODNI, NSA, and DHS. And of course, as an intelligence officer in the Army. I've held a top secret clearance with a polygraph, just to give you an idea of my access and experience when it comes to these assignments. One of my many duties along the way has been counterterrorism. I was a counterterrorism officer in the U.S. Army. And I want to give you the definition of terrorism as we use it here in the United States. Terrorism is the premeditated use of violence or threat of violence against civilians or property to induce fear,
some say the deadliest anybody's ever seen.
Intimidation aimed at government or societies to achieve political, religious, or ideological objectives.
Like explicitly what we're trying to pull off.
We're going to focus back now to the bombing of Manab. 165 little girls were killed by United States Tomahawks from a United States vessel in the area of operation. A modern Tomahawk missile is equipped with onboard cameras, real-time targeting imagery. Satellite imagery is constantly collected by several intelligence agencies, several countries, in real time. Let's talk about what that satellite imagery would show of the Manab little girls' school. Murals. The entire school was surrounded by colorful children painting, flower, bright color murals surrounded this school. And it was, without a doubt, a school if you looked at it through satellite imagery. It was, without a doubt, a school when you looked at it through the onboard camera of the Tomahawk missile. It was clear. Now let's talk about when the attack started on Iran. 10 a.m. At 10 a.m., Israel, along with the United States, began attacking Iran. By 10:20, the staff at Manab School began evacuating the children. Strike one. Hit the school. The kids moved to the prayer room. Strike two. Hit the prayer room. 163 kids dead. Strike three. Hit nearby. Multiple sources, including intelligence reports, regional sources, and U.S. officials are required to confirm a target for the U.S. Navy and military operations to ensure accuracy and reduce errors. This is how it works. This is how it worked that day. NBC News reports USS Sprunitz, a guided missile destroyer, shot the Tomahawk. Commander Leigh R. Tate, Executive Officer Jeffrey E. York,
Lee Tate, Jeffrey York,
USS Sprunitz, who shot a Tomahawk and killed 165 little girls. After this was done, the same destroyer conducted a replenishment.
This is the second, that's the number 2 on the ship. This is the executive officer.
Back ready to fire. March 4th, March 10th, and March 18th, they replenished their firearms. They replenished their weapons. No pause for review, no pause for investigation, no calls for this command to appear in front of Congress.
Yeah, what the fuck? No one in Congress?
To the American people why we just bombed a school knowing it was a school. Nothing. Silence. Lies. Excuses. Who are the terrorists? Who are the bad guys in this story? This is the story of our timeline. By our own definition of terrorism, and I can say this as a former counter-terrorist officer, we are the terrorists. We are the bad guys. Now, what's going to happen next? Our U.S. military is about to die. a bloodbath. They are at the bottom of the totem pole. That's the reality of it. In this whole scheme, they're the pawn. Slaves to the elite, the Epstein class. And the hardest thing about everything I'm saying right now is none of us up here can save them. No matter what we say today, no matter if we cry, no matter if we yell,
that would be smart if they took
save them. But I'm gonna try. Yeah. I call on USS Tripoli Commander Captain Patrick J. Sullivan. Stop the ship now. Turn the ship around now. You are going to be complicit in war crimes and the death of our brothers and sisters, of Marines, of your Marines. Their blood and death will be on your hands, Captain J. Patrick J.
Yeah, that's what they should
Sullivan.
do. They should use this
the ship
and make this
now.
the sacrificial.
Turn it around. Turn the USS
atrocity.
Tripoli around now.
Getting laid? Yeah. Yeah, I used to work with Lee. Yeah, no, that would be the smartest play for them now, right? Because it's so fucking obvious. I don't know what this is. Like, I think they've correctly deduced that you actually need an opposition who's going to vigorously pursue justice to do anything. Like, because I'm thinking about the ICE stuff and then all this. It's like, what? How's that going to shake out? Like, I know that there's review stuff and like you can call them into Congress and, but like you're going to need, like if Trump's people just don't prosecute or, just like refuse to let the prosecution go forward, I don't know how that plays out. Yeah, they should take Iran's deal and beg forgiveness. Like, it's like these guys, it's like anybody, like, I don't know. I said this about Biden's people too, though, but I don't know. This one, I feel like I believe it better that their careers will be fucking done. I mean, Hegseth, I could see being dumb enough, to like not think that far ahead or whatever. But like Rubio's an operator, man. He thinks this is going to be a good long-term, like, I guess he's just got bloodlust for fucking Venezuela and Cuba. Like, he's not thinking about it, maybe, or it's his hatred for Cuba is so powerful that he's willing to burn the rest of his career. I mean, those fucking ladies who got fired, that's probably the best thing for them, like the collective memory will have them as like resistance figures for long, I can't, those guys never back down. Trump will only back down if he can find a way to make it look like he won, and I don't know how that'll play out. Like, I can't. Like, maybe they could figure something out. I mean, I don't know. Didn't they say there was a French boat that went through, like, he should just tweet about, like, oh, look, the fucking oil's flowing again, freedom. Right? Like, he should just do that. Like, or like, wait till there's a day where there's like a bunch of boats. Like, oh, look, 20 boats pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Thanks to me. They could never pass through the Strait of Hormuz before Donald Trump. There you go. I mean, they seemed like they thought they could fucking add it to their, like, mowing the lawn list. You know, like it's like all the surrounding countries are, like, they can just bomb periodically whenever they want. And, they thought they could just put Iran on there and, like, periodically do these, like, massive bombing campaigns. Like, I think that's the most profitable, too. Like, I kind of think what they really didn't think Iran was going to clap back, right? They thought they could do like bomb them for a weekend and Iran would do some ceremonial shit and that's that. But, like, I mean, I'm not any means an expert, but I could tell that wasn't going to be the case, like, before it ever happened. That's why I couldn't understand why they were fucking doing all that shit. I mean, I don't know. The Dems would have to. I don't know. I think they're all done, man. I think, yeah. But, like, just for optics wise, I mean, I know personally they feel like that, but their brand is people who would care about war crimes. You know, like, that's supposed to be their sales pitch. It's like, oh, we do our paperwork. Yeah, that's what I mean. I feel like they're just fucking done. Like, I don't know. I don't even think they'll do that. I mean, I don't see how you don't. That's what I mean. This shit is so blatant that, like, the double tap, like, I don't see how they don't. How they can get away with not going after those guys, at least. I mean, maybe Pete Hegseth will be the fucking, maybe like him and like Ben-Gvir. Something like that. I mean, who knows? I mean, they can't say that again, though. No. They can't say that. Because everybody has since been like, that sucks that they did that. They shouldn't have done that. Like, nobody was punished for anything. Like, and that set the stage for now. It's like, what happens is the fucking Republicans, like, like, push the envelope, and then the Democrats come in and like, oh, this is okay now. They normalize everything.
In New York, it is day 38 of the war with Iran.
Yeah, insider trading.
Here's where things stand. Donald Trump chose Easter Sunday to reveal the fullest portrait to date of his instability and lack of self-regulation and self-control. Trump forcing Republicans to either give voice to the reality that most Americans, including Marjorie Taylor Greene and Alex Jones among them, can see with their own eyes, or, politically speaking, go down with the ship. Exceedingly large.
It's like they know how much, like, they can gauge, like, how mad people are and, like, how much people want them to respond. And then they deliberately, like, pull their punches at, at those moments. Like, they, like, algorithmically designed to keep them hated. Like, somehow, like, keep with the times and, like, it just whatever is the moment demands that they not meet it in any context. Like, you're just, like, incapable of doing anything right. Is that really just accidental, or is that really more nefarious? Yeah. And he ran on going after the banks too, by the way.
Majorities of Americans disapprove
was bullshit,
of Donald Trump's war with Iran and reject his shifting reasons for waging it. The war has caused an historic disruption to energy markets, and gas prices here continue to soar. Against that backdrop,
it's just
or
like
maybe because of it, Donald Trump threatened Iran with what would amount to war crimes over the weekend in a profanity-laden post Easter morning. Because he's the only president we have, we're going to read it to you. Quote, Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day all wrapped into one in Iran. There will be nothing like it, 3 exclamation points. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. It was a post that was so crazy. It was sent by the President of the United States. It was sent
such an awful post.
Easter morning.
Easter
so
morning.
A lot of people had to check.
Why did he curse? He never curses. But why did he curse that one time on Easter morning?
It was real that he wrote it by doubling down on the things he said in that post in a series of interviews, including this one with ABC News on Sunday. He said, quote, "If no peace deal is reached with Iran in the next 48 hours, quote, we're blowing up the entire country," end quote. And then today, he said these things.
Yeah, but he does
the
he
entire
tweet
country
curses
could be taken
though?
out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. We're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time, and after that, they're going to have no bridges, they're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages.
Stone Ages. Stuff like that was really the tip of the iceberg in terms of the things that the President of the United States said today. Trump threatened to jail the journalist who revealed that a service member, an American service member, was missing after a fighter jet was shot down in Iran. When Trump was asked by a New York Times reporter whether Trump was concerned about committing war crimes, he said no, and then he attacked the New York Times for saying that Trump was going to lose an election. It is safe to describe it as erratic and unhinged, and we'll get to all of it over the course of the next 2 hours. But as for those strikes Trump keeps tweeting about and talking about against Iran, and what Trump may soon
he needs to be
order
removed,
the
man.
United States military
What
to
the
do,
fuck?
according to Trump, as early as tomorrow night.
He's not well,
Former
man.
military
They need the
lawyers
25th
warn
Amendment in
that
his
what Donald
ass.
Trump is publicly calling for, if it is followed
JD
through,
Vance
would,
needs to
quote,
step up.
amount to the most serious
It's his
war
time to
crime,
shine.
and thus the president's statements
The
place
country will
service
support
members in
him
a
if he does
profoundly
that.
challenging situation.
He needs to
Iranian
take
power
over.
plants and other critical civilian
He needs to be
infrastructure
deposed.
are protected from attacks
Come on,
by the
JD.
law of war of the United States
Dude.
that we helped craft after World War II.
He announced he was going to do war
Legal
crimes.
parameters, Trump has repeatedly threatened to obliterate such
He's a
infrastructure
threat to humanity.
without regard to the law's high demands. His comments are blatant expressions that he is willing to turn the U.S. into a rogue state, like Iran and Russia, one that rejects the fundamental legal restraints that protect innocent non-combatants like children and the Iranian civilian population.
Maybe that's just a cover
itself.
story.
There is also the problem of how Trump's threats could
He's going to show
further
up with
prolong and
fucking
extend this now
JSOC.
very unpopular war with Iran.
His
Not
personal
to mention
guard
the damage
detail.
Donald Trump is doing to our reputation on the world stage. New York Times reports this, quote, "The Trump administration's language and actions could have far-reaching consequences. Within Iran, it's likely to galvanize opposition to the U.S., including among some ordinary Iranians who have protested their own government. On the global stage, it could further diminish America's standing and weaken norms of state conduct in wartime that are intended to protect civilians. An unhinged Donald Trump threatening potential war crimes as he fails to find a clear way out of the war with Iran is where we start today. Lieutenant General Mark Hertling is here. He served as the commanding general of the U.S. Army in Europe. And Applebaum joins us as well. She's
Oh, dude, this lady loves war.
She's the host of the podcast Autocracy in America. General Hertling, I asked you on Wednesday before I was down sick for a couple days if Trump was sane. I want to re-up the question.
She was sick with TDS.
Do you view him?
JD, take
do you
the
think
wheel.
Men and women of the military view him as
Dude, come on, JD.
completely sane?
I mean, it's
not really, Nicole.
It's his best
I'll
play.
answer that, timidly, but based on the rantings over the weekend, based on the press conference today, based on the things he's saying, which are obviously against the law, I think two things are happening. First of all, the president is becoming increasingly enamored with the power of American military, and secondly, he believes that he can use it in any way he wants without regard to international law, the laws of land warfare, the Geneva Convention, or just straight out morality, being a moral person with values. So it's increasingly concerning that he is stating some of these things, and the way he's stating them are true indicators that something is amiss in his personality or his approach to the presidency, the greatest power in the world.
Let me read from Just Security about what it does to the military when the rhetoric includes threats of carrying out war crimes. quote, asking our military professionals, lawyers, and commanders alike to grapple with the president's erratic behavior is enormously consequential. U.S. military commanders have sworn to obey the Constitution and only those orders from their superiors that are lawful. Threats to bomb Iran back to the Stone Ages and to show, quote, no quarter, no mercy are plainly illegal.
Quarter.
Trump's outrageous statements gravely threaten our military professionals' bedrock moral and legal principles, ones enshrined in the law of war that they've been trained to follow their entire careers. So we're post these trespasses, right? So these things have already happened. People warned that they could happen during the election. People warned that Hegseth might not be a good person to be on the wall for the rule of law inside the military. He's there anyway. And Trump is now threatening to bomb Iran to the Stone Ages. And Pete Hegseth has said that in his view, the theory of war in Iran is to give no quarter. What does that mean inside the military, General?
It means you use any means possible to kill people. You're not going to let people escape. You're not going to take any prisoners. You're basically going to rape, pillage, and plunder, taking it back to the 17th century. And Nicole, what we're talking about is behavior that modern societies have condemned and said we ought to at least provide
that's a clean shave
for those who have to execute violence. Those are soldiers. And, I'm going to go back to something you said a minute ago, because I've trained for 40 years as a soldier and as a commander. And when you're an officer in the United States Army, you're loyal to a couple of things. You're primarily loyal to the Constitution. You are also loyal to your superiors if they give, as you said, lawful orders. When they start giving unlawful orders,
it's got to be all hogged up, the whole chain of command.
Back on them and to make sure they adjust their approach. But you also are loyal to the soldiers that are under your command. So those three loyalties sometimes are conflicting. So I'm sure there's a lot of military commanders right now, a lot of senior officers who are saying to themselves, I can't obey an unlawful order. I can't do things that I know are absolutely wrong. But they also feel like they have to provide support for their soldiers who don't just get to quit. They have to stay in the military and potentially see an uprising in all of these things. So the senior military officers are in a real quandary on this one, because they know they can't do some of the things that the president is asking them to do. They have a Secretary of Defense who has continually said lethality is better than legality, or words to that effect. So it's really causing some dynamics within those who are thinking soldiers.
Woke rules of
saying,
engagement.
How do I continue to
You
serve
can only
my
shoot white
Constitution
people.
and live by the rules that are in law and still conduct these kind of actions, which are horribly immoral and illegal?
Cool. He brings his fucking dog with him? Oh my god. Dude. That's stupid. Oh man. Yeah. Like, he's intentionally going there and like trying to look like a badass or whatever. It doesn't work the way he thinks it does, though. I don't think he's pulling this off. I think he just looks like a Fed. Like, and again, for the record, I've never said I don't think he is, but now I think that's what he looks like. He looks so fucking sketchy. Maybe he is a Fed. I mean, Jesus. Like, I wasn't seeing the angle properly. Like, I think usually when they have a Fed, like they have them, you know, like, oh, I'm a hardcore communist, but this is why Donald Trump is doing the right thing here or whatever. Which they kind of do, but like overall, like these guys are really critical of the, you know, foreign policy, right? I think, like, if your goal is to like make communism look sketchy, I mean, I don't know. There's a fucking dog, man. What? You don't have a table? You're just standing there? Like, what are you, fucking Terminator? Like, what are you doing, man? Act normal. No, I think Pickle's even less of a Fed. Like, we saw his fucking ads when he ran for fucking city hall, or, you know, city council. This guy was like a weird academic, right? In my heart, I'm a Mongoloid. Like, that's where they get you. If he was like some fucking adjunct or whatever.
I do everything for the clout. You will never see me do something
not for the clout. I mean, we've seen him grow up on the internet, you know? Like, this guy was a grown-up, like, and again, like, some shitty professor with his, like, you know, writing about fucking Hegel and shit. If somebody approached him like, oh, you want to do some project for us, you know, it's spelled with a Z. It's Haas. I don't know. Not that it'll matter. I mean, these guys are fucking tiny. Like, and it seems like I see them do a lot of good stuff, but they're probably acting like weirdos the whole time. Like, I've seen them do, like, community service type shit, but, like, if they're doing it and then acting like this the whole time, that's pretty fucking stupid. I think we're in, I said it, that's what we're in. If the time comes, JD will do it with Wall Street's blessing, you know? I just think so far they're still just making tons of money off all these bombs. Dude, they make so much money every bomb that gets dropped. It's like millions and millions of dollars. What in the butt? What do you mean? And I think, like, the fact that he gets to travel like that, I think, is because he says Trump is great. Which, again, I think that's also, it's pretty smart in retrospect. I don't think that's what they were thinking, you know? I think they were like, oh, just be, like, contrarian. You know, we'll just say Trump's actually good. And then, you know, you could see there was a lane there, which anybody could. There's been a lane there for the entire time there's been communism. There's been a fucking group of dumbasses like this saying Taoism is actually smart. Been a recurring thing. So of course there's a lane there. Like, but like, it just worked out nicely that they could be like, oh, fucking, you know, I'm traveling around the world to tell everybody how great Trump is. Thanks for the reminder, dude. The fucking farmland, man. Accelerated planning and construction of a new energy system to secure China's energy supply. Good idea. A really good idea. Blind assassinations to compensate for failure. This guy, what happened? This guy's account used to be like, this is so bland. Like, Suleiman's so much better poster these days. Sirens sound in Bahrain amid new Iranian attack. What? This is like an algorithm posting this? Israel has been hit. Who writes these tweets, man?
Who do you think you are?
Yeah.
You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning?
Yeah. That's what I said.
You'll be living in hell.
It was still Easter
Just
night
watch.
for me.
Praise be to Allah. So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran. Okay. If you seek a religious war, that's a good idea. But by the way, no decent person mocks other people's religions. You may have a problem with the theology. Presumably you do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is. But to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself. And we should never mock that, because at its core is the acknowledgement that we are not in charge of the universe. We did not build it. We won't be here at the end of it. We can destroy life. We cannot create it because we are not God. The message of all faith at the biggest picture level is the message in our Bible, which is you are not God. And only if you think you are do you talk this way. But it's not just mockery of Islam. And no president should mock Islam. That's not your job. This is not a theocracy. We don't go to war with other theocracies to find out which theocracy is more effective. We are not a theocracy. And God willing, we never will be, because theocracies corrupt the religion. No, this is a mockery not just of Islam, it's a mockery of Christianity. To send out a tweet with the F word on Easter morning promising the murder of civilians and then saying praise be to Allah without explaining any of it, you are mocking me and every other Christian because we're Christians. We can't support that. That is evil. That is an intentional desecration of beauty and truth, which is the definition of evil.
Yeah. It's basically accurate. He's all fruity about it, but but it's like everything he said is correct. This fucking pedophile doing all this awful shit. Ugh. I don't know, man. He's not even MAGA. It doesn't even matter.
The last time I was on Piers Morgan's show, he said to me, criticize Iran.
I wanted you to criticize your regime right now.
No, I'm not.
Like that guy was doing
my country
last
is
night.
being bombed.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there actually putting myself at risk for his show, and he wants me to sit down under airstrikes and criticize Iran. Why should I do that?
Even though now today they're all saying, yes, it was good that we pressured AOC to do the right thing, right?
But they'll still never forgive the likes of Jimmy Dore. But they'll still that lady that is to the right-hand side with the dark hair.
Yes.
She has threatened to kill me. A lot of people are saying, well, if Iran is the bad guy, then why is it that it is only Iran that's been opposing the genocide? I mean, first of all, death to America there's nothing wrong with it. Death
Just
to America
figuring
means
out
death
now.
to the empire.
Yeah.
It means death to imperialism.
What would happen if we all stopped? I mean, I debate this as well. Do you think we should still be going on Piers Morgan?
The problem is that the United States is ignorant of the reality of Iran. It wants to be ignorant. Western media loves its ignorance. It produces narratives on Iran that have nothing to do with reality, or little to do with reality, usually. And even those critical of mainstream media in the West, or Epstein-class controlled media, many of them, like on the left, in the West, not in the global South, in the West, the left and liberals and the right, they are all often they feel obliged to first badmouth Iran and then talk about Iran.
You would love this stream. I never say anything
girlfriends or their 10th wife is an Iranian from the diaspora. Some of them were in governments in Europe. I don't know. They want to be relevant in the mainstream somehow. So they have to badmouth Iran. Iran has to be evil, backward, nasty, evil to women, violate human rights. We're the worst of the worst. And of course, people like me are mouthpieces of the evil regime, and that makes them comfortable in to do what they do. But it causes enormous miscalculation.
Yeah, they need to
believe their own propaganda. They believe their own narratives.
They need to find a way to like exclude them. They can't compete, so they have to like exclude you somehow.
Power or influence, at least. And
like they do with China.
Propaganda. And, they hire tens of thousands of people in the Iranian diaspora. Tens of thousands of Iranians are on the payroll in one form or another, whether they're in camps in Albania, where there are 3,000 or 4,000 there, just trolls, online trolls. That's their job. Or they're in other camps, or they're in, there are hundreds of.
He goes on streams like Chomsky answers emails
funded by Western government. So when you put all these together, they're definitely well over.
Are you guys taking the pedo plane out this weekend?
People. And so these people, they get funding, and then they also invite politicians to their gatherings, and they pay them enormous,
like inviting himself.
Honorariums, I guess. I don't know what you could call it.
Oh, seems like you could use some moderation
so
for
this
your
narrative
discussion.
Has been built for the last 47 years, and also which is also linked to Orientalism and the stereotypes of old. This causes them to miscalculate. And therefore, when I speak with them and I say that, look, you cannot defeat Iran, they say, well, this is just propaganda, because it doesn't conform with what they believe. That the regime, as they love to call it, is unpopular, it is corrupt, it is imploding. And if you look at the same newspapers in the 1980s that today exist, mostly in an online format, like the New York Times, the Washington Post, and so on, you'll see that the same narrative that we see today existed in the 1980s and the 1990s. All you have to do is if you just put that article here, or the headline, if you move them back and forth, you won't notice the difference. So in the 1990s, they were saying, the youth hate the revolution, a second revolution is brewing, the revolution has met a dead end. And I actually did I was invited on a television called Al Mayadeen to do an English monologue, a series of English monologues. And one of them was about these narratives and how the same thing that they were saying back then, they continue to say now. The youth, they've turned against the revolution. They've been saying that in the 1990s and again for the last 40-some years. So their understanding of Iran, their narrative of Iran, it has very little to do with reality. But they create policies based on those narratives, and then they hit a brick wall. And instead of questioning the narratives, they just say, well, let's do it again and again and again. So they impose maximum pressure sanctions. They carry out armed rebellions. They make people suffer. They launch wars against the country. This is the third war that the United States has helped launch or directly was involved in launching against the country in the last 47 years. In 1980, they supported and encouraged Saddam Hussein to invade. They were allies of Saddam Hussein back then. They gave him chemical weapons to use against us, including me. I survived 2 chemical attacks. No one in the West ever apologized for the chemical attacks, especially the Germans. And yet they speak about human rights and so on. But that's another story. So they failed, but they failed to comprehend the fact that their failure is based upon their lack of understanding. Actually, there's a very good book that's somewhat old that 2 former White House officials wrote, Flint and Hillary Leverett. It's called Going to Tehran. When they wrote this book, actually they were proposing, and I think everyone should read the book, even though it's like a decade old, but it's very much worth reading. I don't agree with everything in it, but these were 2 people who worked in the U.S. National Security Council under Condoleezza Rice. Flint Leverett was the head of the Middle East, so he was an important person, and Hillary Leverett was the head of the Persian Gulf. And they met in the White House. Flint is a Catholic, Hillary a Jew, and they married. They wrote this book. After they left the White House, they wrote this book. Very decent people, very, very good book. and they were attacked and abused by even their own friends. Simply because they were saying, look, Iran is not this nasty, sinister place that you say it is. And the best thing is to move towards rapprochement with Iran. It's not going away. And if analysts had listened to them, through people who worked in the White House, and then we wouldn't be where we are today, and the global economy wouldn't be on the brink of a collapse and a global economic depression, probably worse than 1929, if things continue down the road that we're taking right now.
Yeah, Professor Morandi, I definitely want to come back to the economic implications, the fallout here. But I want to pick up on what you've started with, which is the sort of the propaganda, the spin that is laundering this war of aggression. I actually just saw a clip from an episode of Piers Morgan that came out today, where I picked up on the fact that there were really two main recurring arguments that are made by folks that are put in the kind of difficult position of justifying why a war instigated by the United States is somehow the fault of Iran. One is citing to the number changes, but in this case, I think it was 30,000 alleged protesters that have been killed in the streets of Iran, which provides some justification in the eyes of the people who leverage the statistic. And the other is this kind of post hoc rationalization based on the idea that Iran lied about the capacities of its ballistic missiles, a missile going farther than they had advertised, meaning that they must have been lying about everything on the capacity of their nuclear program, and that justifies, therefore, this provocation. Can we actually play a piece of that clip for the professor to hear for himself?
It doesn't obscure the fact that it's fundamentally illegal. Under the standards of the Nuremberg trials, aggression is the supreme international crime.
Stop just for a second. Can you freeze this?
Sure.
That lady that is to the right-hand side, the second woman with the dark hair.
Yes.
She has threatened to kill me, and she said the biggest piece of your body will be the tip of your little finger.
Oh my God.
And but yet after doing that, and she did this online, she posted it on. After that, she's still a recurring guest on Piers Morgan's show.
You mean to tell me that Piers Morgan hasn't condemned her? He hasn't asked anybody to condemn her.
He condemns me. But he condemns me. So he brings on this woman after she threatened to murder me. Not just murder me, that she said when we're finished with him or me, the biggest piece of him will be his little finger. So this is, or for example, and sorry, I'm distracting.
No, please vent.
You, but on X, there's a verified account that has, which was also had paid partnership, and it did fundraising. It was to gather $1 million to have me kidnapped. And of course, after I'm kidnapped, obviously they torture and kill me. Otherwise, what are they going to do with me after they kidnap me? And X refused to remove it. Like, it was there for 10 days. And then they later on, after like 10 days or so, they said that they removed the paid partnership, and then I think it went bad for them. So they said we went and looked into it, and we saw that I, meaning me, Sayyid Mohammed Manadi, paid for the paid partnership. And so, we ended this. I mean, I'm in Iran, I'm sanctioned. We don't have, anyway. So the point is,
their argument was that you had you paid for the hit job kidnapping advertisement on yourself from an economically sanctioned country.
Exactly. So, so they removed the paid partnership. I guess the offer stands, and the people who paid them, I don't know where that money went and what they're going to do with it, and who the people were that paid. But it went bad for them because a lot of people complained. But the point is that Twitter refused to remove their tweet and refused to touch the account. But when I tweet about, like, I show a picture of 3-4 Palestinian kids crushed under the rubble of a building and only their feet are hanging out, and I write Western civilization, I get emails saying that you have to remove this tweet. What the West, this is not Western civilization, and unless you remove this tweet, you won't have access to your account. I've had many of my tweets removed for such things, but they gather money. They do fundraising.
This is not Western
to kidnap me, actually, and that they won't remove the tweet. So this woman,
it's disgusting.
She threatens to murder me and to tear me to small pieces. Yet Piers Morgan, who has producers who do their research, and I actually think I told one of his producers what she's done, what she said. They continue to invite these people. So this is the nature of Western media.
Strong defense.
And power.
You're absolutely right. I think blessedly in this particular clip, I don't think that woman happens to speak. It's another venerable, I'm
You
sure.
should have given him a trigger warning.
That this is what we in Iran are dealing with.
Yeah,
they're the good guys, the Democrats, and so on. I can't get a sentence. I mean, Piers Morgan won't let me talk. Yet this woman who's allowed to talk threatens to kill me. X removes my tweets. I mean, Instagram and Facebook have just removed me altogether years ago. But X removes my tweets. But when people are gathering money openly to kidnap me and do whatever it is they want to do afterwards, that's fine.
I'm so sorry, Professor. If it's any small consolation, you have infinite time and the absolute dominance of the floor here to respond to what gets said in this clip. And you'll have the help of Aaron Mate, who is in this panel and pushing back against some of the Hezbollah that ends up getting said. But let's keep it rolling and give you an opportunity to weigh in here.
Even his own intelligence agencies affirmed a year ago, and this hasn't changed, that Iran did not have a nuclear weapons program. It limited its missile ranges. At best, they said.
But we do know. But hang on that point, because we do know they were clearly lying about the capacity of their missiles, right? They fired a missile only last week, which went twice as far, a ballistic missile, twice as far as they had said that their missiles were capable of going. It didn't actually land on its target, but the distance it traveled would mean it could potentially get to Europe, it could get to London, to Paris, whatever. That is in direct contradiction to the undertakings Iran had given about the distances its missiles could go. So they've clearly been lying.
Well, not necessarily, because first of all, even NATO said we can't confirm that Iran fired that missile. So I'm not even sure that it was Iran, but let's say it was Iran. If it was Iran, then it's quite possible they put on.
Well, who else fired it?
Well, listen, I wouldn't put anything past Israel. They carry out all sorts of nefarious acts all the time. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a false flag. Listen, let's assume it was Iran.
Well, hang on, Aaron, you're expecting me to believe that Israel deliberately fired a ballistic missile at an American base.
Yeah, that happens. Believe it or not, that has happened in the past.
Yeah, Israel decades ago attacked the USS Liberty, killed a bunch of U.S. Soldiers. So actually, I wouldn't put it past them. Listen, let's assume it was Iran. Let's assume it was Iran. Just hold on a second. I'll just finish this point.
Is it possible?
If it was Iran, if I can finish this point, it's possible they put a smaller payload on the missile, which means it can travel further. And regardless, look, this whole debate is skewed because Iran is defending itself against an act of unprovoked aggression, an act that is not targeting the quote-unquote regime. It's hitting schools. They massacred over 150 girls in the opening hours of this unprovoked war. They're hitting pharmaceutical plants that make medicines.
On this point,
they're hitting residential buildings.
Yeah, but Aaron, but look, I have serious misgivings about this war and have done from the start. I do not think that Iran had an imminent capacity to have a nuclear weapon or
doubles
to use one.
having fucking schools
nonsense. And also flies completely in the face of what we were told after the 12-day war last summer. We were told that whole capacity had been destroyed anyway. So none of that makes any sense to me. But the idea that Iran had never provoked either Israel or the United States, I mean, that is also patently disingenuous because Iran for the last few decades has systematically waged a campaign of terror through the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and other proxies against Israel.
Campaign of terror.
Ayatollah has led the chance of death to America, death to Americans. They have killed, I think, more Americans than any other nation in the world, right, in the last 47 years. So this idea that this has all happened out of nowhere, I just think it's disingenuous.
All right, let's give you the floor as promised. There was a boatload of Hezbollah there at the end from Piers Morgan. How would you respond to this idea that sure, I wasn't down, I didn't support the justification that Iran is prepared to launch a nuclear program, but it is historically the attacker. It has killed more Americans than any other country, and therefore, I guess this war isn't unprovoked. Let's hear your response.
Well, Piers Morgan is. He's not a credible person, and I don't take anything he says seriously, but literally almost anything. But first of all, the U.S.-Iranian relationship it began with the anger and the hostility began with the U.S. coup in Iran in 1953, where the U.S. imposed the Shah and helped create, along with Mossad, the secret police Mossad. And then during the revolution, when the army was gunning people down on the streets, especially after a particular dark event called Black Friday in Tehran, where large numbers of people were massacred. The next day, Jimmy Carter called the Shah and gave him his full support. Then after the revolution, the U.S. supported Saddam, encouraged him to attack Iran. And these Arab family dictatorships...
His ex-wife had her lawyers killed during the divorce negotiations?
Gave Saddam Hussein hundreds of billions of dollars to carry out the war, and the West gave him chemical weapons. The political cover to use the chemical weapons and the military intelligence, the United States in particular, was given to them to use those chemical weapons effectively. So when the American government or people or propagandists like Piers Morgan speak about Iranians killing Americans, for me it's quite extraordinary but understandable because that's how the Western narrative works. The maximum pressure sanctions on Iran have killed large numbers of Iranians. There was a report recently that came out that said over the past 50 years across the world,
Yeah, I haven't watched
US
it
sanctions
yet.
have killed like something like 37 million people. It's a Lancet report. I don't remember the numbers exactly, but it's like an outrageously high number. So all these Iranians have been killed throughout the years, and 3 wars imposed on Iran. And the terrorists supported in Iran. 17,000 people were killed by terrorists, just the MEK terrorist group alone. Remember when I said in Albania, there were 4,000 people there? That's just one of their camps. They fought for Saddam Hussein against Iran, and they killed 17,000 people in Iran in terrorist attacks. So these are the people who the West supports. So when, I personally think that Piers Morgan is a racist, and for him, an American life is worth 100,000 Iranian lives. I have no doubt about that. I have zero doubt about that. I mean, if you can carpet bomb Tehran, and he'll say, "Well, I have misgivings," but I mean that just shows.
I have misgivings. Yeah, because he wants to try to fucking claim
when he says that they've killed
street
Americans,
cred
Iran
from
hasn't killed any Americans. The Americans who died in our part of the world were all a part of an illegal occupation. So, for example, in 1982, when the Israeli regime invaded Beirut and invaded Lebanon and took Beirut, Americans were killed by the resistance to the Israeli regime, because the American forces were taken to Lebanon, and they were part of the occupation. So were the French, and the resistance killed a large number of them. And Ronald Reagan was smart enough to withdraw instead of doubling down. It's an occupation. If Iranian forces go and occupy, I don't know, a neighboring country, and people resist and kill Iranian forces, you can't blame a third party that's sympathetic to the resistance against Iran. You're an occupation. You're an unwanted occupation. In Iraq, when Iraqis fought the U.S. occupation, the Iranians supported the resistance, but the resistance was a popular resistance. People have agency. The Lebanese had agency. The Iraqis had agency. What the United States government and these think tankers and the media, which are all controlled by the same oligarchs, the same Epstein class, the same Zionists and so on at the top, who control everything or most things.
Zionists and so on.
These people have the right to fight for the independence of their country. But the United States, these people want to pretend that they don't have agency. That no, this Iran came in and killed the Americans. We occupied the country. But our soldiers are being killed. It's Iran's fault. No, it's your fault for occupying the country. Afghanistan,
obviously,
and Iraq, and but what Piers Morgan is trying to do is trying to say that any American who died in Iraq is Iran's fault. Any American who died in Afghanistan, it's Iran's fault. Any American who died in Lebanon, it's Iran. No, it's your government's fault, or the American government's fault, for occupying these countries.
Yeah.
And by the way,
stopped occupying them, you would have
the 30,000 people that you mentioned, which had to do with January the 8th and 9th earlier this year, the armed riots in Iran. Well, the number went all the way up to 80,000. I don't know how it came back down to 30,000. But the actual number is 3,117. And the government gave those numbers with all the names. Hundreds of police officers and security officials and officers of the law, meaning like volunteers, hundreds were killed. Hundreds. By armed rioters. There's much footage of it. But Western media likes to say these are peaceful protesters. No, they weren't peaceful protesters. A lot of innocent people died in the crossfire, in the battles that went on between the police and these rioters and these people who carried out the armed riots, they were funded from abroad. They were given weapons from abroad. We're not saying that. I'm not saying that. No one here is saying that. The Israelis are saying it. Channel 14 in Israel did a report, which is close to Netanyahu, saying we brought in, or foreign governments, meaning Israel and the CIA, brought in weapons that were used to kill hundreds of police officers. And then Pompeo, who was the head of the CIA, said, Mossad is on the ground, in a tweet. In an interview on, I don't know, channel 13 or 15 of Israel, one of these two channels, he said, the CIA is on the ground. And then you had the Mossad itself saying we're on the ground in a Persian language statement. And we also have all sorts of reports how the Israeli government is disappointed in Mossad because they failed to overthrow the government in Iran. So you had hundreds of police officers killed, or officers of the law, security agents, and all that. In the United States, a woman is in her car. She's turning to the right. They say she wasn't turning to the right fast enough, so when they shot her in the face, it was justified. Because that ICE officer felt threatened. And we saw the car moving like 2 million times and from 500 different angles. And then, the government, the regime, the Trump regime justified it, and so did all of Trump's supporters. Mm-hmm. Or the young man who was, shot in the back, who was the nurse who was also white, by the way. Yes, who was taking care of former soldiers and
right
and
veterans,
veterans, and he was carrying a gun legally, and the Trump supporters suddenly turned against and
Second Amendment
the government turned against people apparently who carried weapons. So he's justified in being killed by the police too. But in Iran, foreign governments they take pride in what they do, and Western media pretends none of this is said. They just say, yes, these peaceful protesters on the street, and the government just guns them down. And the footage shows what they did. They burned hundreds of
Where'd you get that one
ambulances,
from?
public buses, and fire engines. They murdered, they set fire to this big clinic, and a woman nurse burned alive inside. They cut off the heads of some of these police officers.
I'm fucking not. I don't have any
I don't
patience
wanna say
tonight,
it.
man.
It's horrible. But these people were monsters. They're like ISIS. They're secular ISIS. But Western media glorifies them because Western media does not reflect reality. And then you see these people I don't want to name them, but the guy has an Iranian wife, apparently. So he supports these terrorists. Or, I don't know, the former economy minister of Greece has to also talk nonsense and repeat to...
Yanis Varoufakis. Wait, was the first person he mentioned alluding to, was it Cornel West? Doesn't he have an Iranian... I'm not trying to speculate, but doesn't he have
I didn't want to name them, so...
Okay, I'm sorry, but this is kind of interesting, because I do think that this point about the protesters is a little bit of a squishy one, even for, people on the left, who agree with the larger point.
You fucking rude. You're still falling for this bullshit at this point.
It exploits our good faith sympathies against any kind of brutality and for the right for people to resist their governments democratically and all of those kinds of things. But I do wonder if it sort of is beside the point. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. From an analytical perspective, one could believe that there are people who are. I fully take your point about the extent to which it's been egged on by foreign governments, right, and provoked by foreign governments. But even if that weren't the case, it can be true that there is civil unrest in a country that might be legitimate or that one might have political sympathy for, depending on your orientation. And that also doesn't legitimize America attacking said country in the name of that
Anybody who's
resistance. And I think
taking
people understand
weapons
that
from
in
a
the context
foreign
of
government
Ukraine.
with the intention to overthrow your
belief
government.
that America should be involved, or the extent to which it should be involved, or the extent to which it works to prolong the crisis instead of negotiating to bring it to an earlier close, can be understood separate and apart from one's sympathies with what the people of Ukraine are going through. I mean, does that feel like the correct analysis to you, or would you tweet that at all?
No, I think that in the case of Iran, that's not what happened. And these people are intellectually dishonest.
What did she say?
It benefits to be intellectually dishonest. I mean, I remember the anti-war
What did she say?
I mean, Saddam Hussein invaded my country. I fought.
Because it preys on it exploits our good faith sympathies against any kind of brutality and for the right for people to resist their governments democratically and all of those kinds of things. But I do wonder if it sort of is beside the point. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. From an analytical perspective, one could believe that there are people who are. I mean, I fully take your point about the extent to which it's been egged on by foreign governments, right, and provoked by foreign governments. But even if that weren't the case, it can be true that there is civil unrest in a country that might be legitimate or that one might have political sympathy for, depending on your orientation. And that also doesn't legitimize America attacking said country in the name of that resistance. And I think people understand that in the context of Ukraine, right? Your belief that America should be involved, or the extent to which it should be involved, or the extent to which it works to prolong the crisis instead of negotiating to bring it to an earlier close, can be understood separate and apart from one's sympathies with what the people of Ukraine are going through. I mean, does that feel like the correct analysis to you, or would you tweet that at all?
No, I think that in the case of Iran, that's not what happened. And these people are intellectually dishonest. And it benefits to be intellectually dishonest. I mean, I remember the anti-war left. I mean, Saddam Hussein invaded my country. I fought as a volunteer. I was gassed twice. I was shot. I have shrapnel wounds. But when the United States wanted to invade Iraq, I was a PhD student in the UK, and I was a part of the anti-war coalition. I went to the rallies because the United States did not have the moral legitimacy to attack it. The Iranian government's position was against it. All these Arab dictatorships which were supporting Saddam, they were hosting U.S. forces to invade. And then Turkey under Erdogan too played a sinister role. Hezbollah in Lebanon was against it. They hated Saddam, but they were against it on based on principle. But when it comes to Iran, the West, the mainstream. These are mainstream, and also the semi-mainstream. They are completely irrational. Hostility towards Iran began from the beginning of the revolution because they, in their very Orientalist worldview, they cannot imagine a state coming into existence which is critical of the West, which decolonizes the minds of its communities, and it's not Marxism, or it's not based on their ideology. So they rejected it from the beginning. So when it comes to Saddam Hussein, that monster that used chemical weapons extensively, of course, with the support of the West is just as monstrous as Saddam Hussein, but they are willing to go to the street, bring people to the streets. But when war is waged on Iran, no, you don't see that. Or when a dirty war is waged on Syria, it's clear that the CIA is behind it. It's clear Aaron Matei, who you just showed, he's written extensively on this. I mean, and he wasn't, at the beginning, he and Max Blumenthal were on the side of these groups. And then they started investigating, and they saw that basically what we were saying in Iran and in the region, what we were saying was right, that this was not some indigenous uprising with popular support. And there was something very sinister behind it. I mean, obviously there were elements of it, of people, decent people who went to the streets to complain or to protest the government, but that's not the whole story. The real story, the real force behind all this was something else. And now it's clear. You see the leader of Al-Qaeda, the guy who was bombing and slaughtering people in Baghdad as a leading member of ISIS, and then who became the head of Al-Qaeda, because ISIS and Al-Qaeda were the same. They split later on. But anyway, he became the leader of Al-Qaeda in Syria and the representative of ISIS. It was the Islamic State of Iraq. They sent him to Syria to lead the rebellion there. And so this guy is now in charge, and he's the representative. People were supporting him in the left in the United States alongside the mainstream media. One reason is because they said Iran is behind Syria. You get what I'm saying? So Iran is this evil that no one can ever imagine that they're the good guys.
Hey YouTube, thanks for watching. Just a reminder that this is a podcast. You can catch an extra premium episode every Monday for $5 a month at patreon.com/badfaithpodcast. That's patreon.com/badfaithpodcast for $5 a month, an extra episode every week. Additionally, please do consider liking this video, subscribing to this channel. It helps us out. It helps independent media beat the algorithm. We appreciate you, and as always, keep the faith.
Not us. You can check the tape. We were right. Not even Tony. Tony didn't believe the gas shit either. I was proud of him.
Few things one can see in the sky is more striking than a fireball or bolide. Annual meteor showers occur. They are the dust trail, left over from comets, and each year Earth passes through the former path of a comet.
We were all up on that whistleblower shit too when that came out.
The dates. But in the case of true fireballs, they...
Oh man, is he gonna say some shit? What do you... This guy might be debunker adjacent. Trigger warning.
Tend strongly to be sporadic and often leave meteorites behind. Sometimes meteorite hunters find them, sometimes they don't, based on trying to reconstruct the path. But it's a good bet that over the course of one's life, you will see a particularly large
fucking bozo this guy is.
Very well may leave meteorites behind on the ground.
Dude.
I have seen quite a few, but I recently saw an impressive one just a few months ago in the central Midwest. It was a very markedly green fireball and was visible at about dusk. That was reported in Arkansas and Missouri that basically crossed most of the sky, and for me, actually crossed to the horizon. I have seen a number of fireballs of that type over the years, but this particular one, in addition to being bright green, was sparking, for lack of a better term. Almost to the point that I initially thought it to be some kind of weird firework. But then it just kept going, and many people across the two states saw it, and it made the news and social media. But it didn't stop there. In the subsequent months and ongoing now, an unusually large amount of fireballs started being reported worldwide. One recently in Ohio, in fact. Fireballs are nothing new, but they can be dangerous. A big enough one can form a crater and be very dangerous indeed, especially if you're a dinosaur. but most
you
of
can
the
tell,
time
like,
they might do damage from sonic booms,
unprovoked,
detonations, and so on.
no,
and occasionally the meteorites can hit
and
houses and go through
no
roofs,
relevant
or even
chatting.
damage cars. But
Accuses
damage
Hassan of
remains
having a
rare for
mental
meteorites
illness.
to
What
any
does that
severe
even
degree.
mean?
They're simply a fact of living life
Like,
on
what?
planet Earth. And to see a particularly interesting
It's like what I was saying,
like
they need to find a way to like disqualify him.
that did severe damage over Russia from
Like
its
those
detonation.
what's it call it? Was it not the Lincoln Project? Whatever the fuck, like, Third Way, those bulwark shitters, like the stuff that they tweet. It's like they're like, oh, what was the one they were like? It's like they have to like quantify him as like in a separate category from like a fucking far right Republican, right? It's like those guys are somehow like okay, like they were. Oh, it was like people were like quote tweeting Neera Tanden, like like retweeting Steve Bannon, and it's like they have to somehow categorize him in a separate category. Like they have to find a way to like put him off to the side so that like you can not go on his show and get exposed. Like, I mean, I wish they would just be honest about it. That's really what it is. It's like, right, can you defend your record or not? If you can't, then don't go on the stream. Yeah, no, I think that one guy's definitely a Euro cook. Who? Yeah. Yeah.
And sonic boom. But most of the time, meteorite falls like this end up in the ocean, and no one or few will see it. But an interesting blip, so to speak, in fireballs is
aliens would never say that.
The American Meteor Society, which tracks reports of meteors and fireballs, is reporting an uptick of fireball events for the first quarter of 2026. Enough that it seems to justify a scientific investigation as to why it's happening.
Is this satellite warfare? Are they taking each other's satellites out, though?
Insignificant.
Or is someone taking ours out?
Isn't a fluke. So about the AMS, they have had a reporting
It could
system
totally
in
be
place
that.
since 2005 that became extensive around 2018. Their data from previous years shows about 1,100 to 1,400 reported events per year. For 2026, so far, it's
like Iran
already
could be
at
lasering our shit from the
2,322
fucking
events.
ground.
That's really high for this early in the year. One option
And
is
Trump
that
would
more
never
people are
admit it if that
reporting
was
events
happening.
than in the past,
He would
but that doesn't
not
really
say a
hold up
fucking
here.
word.
Rather, the statistics of this show this to actually be a real effect.
I bet you
And
we
these
have a
things are
dozen
producing
satellites
sonic
over in
booms.
fucking West
In
Asia.
the data for events where there were over 50 reports, sonic booms were heard by multiple
At
witnesses in 33 out of 40 events. That's very high historically.
I mean, they
And then
overplayed their
comes
hand,
March,
though,
and
because
it gets
that ain't gonna
weird.
work.
So on March 8th, there were 3,229 reports of a slowly moving fireball across Western Europe, with almost 200 people reporting some kind of sound. This one had recovered meteorites found, and while classification of the meteorites is not complete yet, they appear to be a type of meteorite called a diogenite, which is actually a
I
rare
haven't seen
type
to a P.O. box in a while,
and
huh?
belongs to a group called the achondrites.
No.
These are meteorites that are more like melted volcanic rock
Yeah.
than pristine aggregate remnants of the early solar system. And
But,
there's
like, knowing the kind of guy he is, even if it is just a baseless threat, like, he's still gonna have to do something to follow through on it, though. Like, in his personal fucking, whatever you want to call that. Like, if he doesn't have anything to, like, seize and claim as a victory for him, it's hard to see how he finds a way to fucking pull out. Like, he doesn't fucking care. Like, they're just blatantly lying about all these dead soldiers, all these planes getting shot down, and they just, like, don't even admit it, which, it's crazy that is able to stand. But, like, I don't know. I think he needs resistance from the inside. I think the officers maybe Or, like I said, J.D. Vance needs to do the Vulcan death grip on his neck and take the hot seat, right? And just do one of these. Yeah, and say it was friendly fire. My satellite tracking device gave me the wrong target. I thought you were an Ayatollah, so I had to destroy you. Yeah, you were a ninja Ayatollah hiding in the White House.
Strongly linked either directly to the large asteroid
That's about the
Vesta,
caliber of excuses
or some
that we
asteroid
get.
that may have been shattered to pieces long ago that was very much like Vesta. Then, on the 11th, there was another fireball visible in France and Spain. And on the 17th...
You just mean, like, isn't J.D. Vance, like, a careerist? Doesn't he want to, like, go far? You know, like, isn't he going to be president one day? Like, there's some pretty overt... Like, he's tweeting about all the war crimes he's doing, and, like, people generally are very much against that. Like, especially the further away you get. Like, I don't know, like, maybe you get a couple more years out of, like, being Trump's fucking wingman or whatever. But, like, that's not like a viable long-term brand, being the guy who helped clean up the war crimes for your pedophile boss, right? Like, that's, Marco too, man.
There was the Ohio fireball that had several hundred reports. This was a large one.
It's the gland in his eyes that produces the venom he used to kill the Pope.
Tons of TNT, and the recovered meteorites are eucrites, another type of a chondrite associated with Vesta, or an asteroid similar to it. These really are rare meteorites, and for two recovered falls to belong to the same rare family of meteorites within days of each other is highly unlikely. But
so they're
it
not
in
satellites.
fact happened. On the 21st, there was an anomaly. A fireball was visible in daylight that had almost 200 reports over Texas near Houston. An incomplete fragment, there are probably more meteorites out there to be found, slammed into a roof of a house and embedded in the floor. Analysis showed this to not be an chondrite, but a normal, at least for meteorites, common chondrite, which are more primitive rocks. This is not likely to be related to the other falls, but a random chance event. On the 23rd, two fireballs were seen by over 100 witnesses on the same day. The first was a vivid green fireball, much like what I saw, around San Diego, and another more east towards Las Vegas.
What about
Also
the one
in
that
state,
changed
two more were
directions?
observed in Germany. The next day, there were fireballs over Michigan and Georgia. This is a lot. Meteorites or meteors from the same event in space, however, tend to cluster and come from the same general direction in the sky, called a radiant. Here there seems to be two statistical radiants, which means that these may be due to two separate events, breakups of asteroids basically in the past, that are now hitting Earth at the same time by chance. So what can be ruled out is the first question.
I don't know about that,
AMS
dude.
says that increased reporting or smartphone proliferation is not likely here, because based on their data for previous years, there is an anomalous occurrence here. It also is not related to any known annual meteor showers. There can be sporadic increases associated with the position of the Earth, but this doesn't correlate to past years. It's also global, so there isn't a geographic or time bias here. But there may be problems with
The
reporting
density
involving
shift
the rapid
is underway.
proliferation of AI. Who knows what people that see a fireball ask a chatbot about it and how that affects the reporting. Only future reporting for the rest of the year and beyond will shed light on that. What is known, though, is that these are indeed normal solar system meteorites entering the atmosphere based on the recovered samples. But the question is, why so many lately? With the recovered meteorites, analysis is key, and it's not that far along yet. You can look at things like cosmic ray exposure and try to reconstruct if the independent meteorites are related to some past event that shattered an asteroid. What's important to note here, though, is that this does not indicate any kind of danger of a larger impact. Past a certain threshold, we will see anything dangerous long
You don't
before
know that
falls.
at all.
But these small falls, we typically do not have the resolution to see, fireballs though they are, and they only pose local dangers like sonic booms, and do not present a major threat. It's just interesting
Socialist
that
steals
there
all
does seem
chat's
to be
money.
an
Least you
uptick.
could do is
But
act like a
something
Twitch
this has
streamer
happened
and play
before.
video games
This
in a hot
involves the
tub.
infamous meteor crater in Arizona known officially as Barringer Crater. About 50,000 years ago, an enormous iron meteorite struck the ground and blew out the famous crater, littering the landscape with iron meteorite fragments. and even a coating of tiny metallic spherules, where the iron had vaporized and condensed down, raining across the desert in the area. The story of where that meteorite originally came from is a complicated one.
Why would you even subscribe to him? He doesn't have any commercials.
It's thought that the meteorite, which the meteorites themselves are called Canyon Diablo after a nearby canyon, originally was from a relatively large asteroid that took a severe impact early in the history of the solar system. This impact caused melting and differentiation, meaning that the metals, mostly iron and nickel, settled at the bottom of the crater, and it potentially sank even further down. There, the metal cooled very slowly, allowing the nickel iron to crystallize and form a Widmanstätten pattern. The coarser this pattern appears when sliced specimens are etched with acid, the slower the cooling process was. Above the metal, however, the stone silicates formed a cap, and that rock is very distinctive in its makeup. This type of meteorite is known as a Winonaite and is very rare, and chemically is directly linked to the same asteroid as the iron Canyon Diablo. Above the Winonaite layer would have been a breccia layer of normal asteroid debris, generally unaltered by the impact. At some point in the history of that asteroid, it was struck again by an impact, which blew both the Winonaites and the Canyon Diablo main mass off the asteroid. The two types of meteorites would then have wandered the solar system for several billion years, never to encounter each other again. But oddly, they actually did. So at some point after the crater-forming impact of the Canyon Diablo meteorite, a Winonaite from the same asteroid fell in Winona, Arizona in prehistoric times. This meteorite was recognized by the local indigenous people. They may have even seen it fall as something odd, and they buried it inside a pit inside of a pueblo for archaeologists to later find and recover. This meteorite is the namesake for the Winonaite meteorites. So by sheer chance, two meteorites from the same crater floor on an asteroid blown up billions of years ago that should never have encountered each other again managed to fall in the same state, Arizona, at different times, but close enough before enough time had passed to weather either one of them away. And the Winona meteorite was found only about 20 miles from the crater. Strange coincidence indeed. And now for a very rare moment. I stopped the presses on production of this video. It would have been out an hour earlier than it was, but a potential development of this story quite literally occurred an hour or so ago as Artemis II looped around the moon and should have seen the moon in relative darkness, but it didn't. First, they noted unusually strong light from Earth reflecting off the lunar surface to the point that they could see features. But they also noticed something else. So during Apollo 17, astronaut Harrison Schmitt noted strange, mysterious flashes on the surface of the moon during the lunar night. These were not seen by any of the other Apollo missions, and while all missions noted flashes, they weren't on the moon, but rather cosmic rays hitting the retinas of the astronauts. But some were not that, and were indeed present on the surface of the moon. These same flashes were just seen by the Artemis II crew, looping around the moon. Last I heard, they noted 4 of them in a very short time. These flashes are believed to be meteorite impacts on the moon as they hit. But 4 in the space of an hour and a half is a lot, and that may be a product of this uptick in and of itself. Mission Control at NASA noted that amateur astronomers may have also seen and perhaps even photographed these flashes from Earth in the dark night area of the moon. So the story may well develop further. Stay tuned. Thanks for listening. I'm Futurist and Science Fiction.
I'm watching season 4 of Discovery.
Up my roof, concerned about a meteorite fall. The bright side of that is that if your house does get hit by a meteorite, a fresh meteorite.
And the season starts off with the anomaly. It takes out Booker's planet. We could be on the periphery. Giant anomaly. I just rewatched Enterprise and now I'm rewatching Discovery. I realized I forgot like so much of it. I might do some DS9 next. Dude, that's Sentinel Network. They got a new one about Elizondo. They got some pretty good work. Yeah, like the correct angle that he's a counterintelligence guy being paid to lie to people. Dude, Burchett went on TMZ. Yeah, I just recently watched Babylon 5 first time.
You know, this is interesting because of Artemis, that we are now looking at areas man has never been.
The astronauts will go further than, as
Oh, yeah,
the
is
old
he
saying
moon
goes in
landing
Star Trek,
denier?
to boldly go where no man has gone before, or woman. They are doing it as we speak, really. And what's interesting about that is something that Congressman Tim Burchett said last week that really raised our eyebrows and I think set off alarms about. We've talked to the congressman about UFOs and UAPs, and
he's really a leader in this area.
And that everyone wants the government to be more transparent. Well, listen to what Congressman Burchett said last week, because now I'm not so sure we do want more transparency.
And then we're going to have him on and talk to him about this.
I've been briefed by just about every alphabet agency there is, and I'll just tell you this: if they would release
Not the one who told Matt
the things
Gaetz
that I've
about the Bean
seen,
program, though?
you would stay up. You'd be up at night worrying
doubt
about
that
or
very
thinking
much.
about this stuff. We just need to disclose it all. I'm sick of it. I'll just tell you this: I was briefed last week on an issue, or excuse me, 2 weeks ago, and it would have set the earth on. This country would have come unglued, I think, if they would have heard all that I heard.
So joining us right now, is the congressman.
Exactly, Congressman Tim Burchett. Welcome back to TMZ Live. How you doing?
I'm a little close to the camera. Let me move back. That's a little too much, Tim Burchett. How about that?
We have a joke about that we tell, but we're not going to use it.
Yeah.
All right. Look.
So what did you see now? I guess it would be about 2 weeks ago. That was very alarming, the way you said that, at least.
Yeah, well, because of the circumstances and where it was, I can't get into too much specifics, but it was elaborating on some stuff that we'd asked for, and it was important to get this person in a secure setting to where we could ask him these questions. And there was somebody in the meeting with us, one of my colleagues, I guess you'd say, was basically there just to kind of upset the apple cart and to throw, a monkey wrench into the deal. And every time a question was asked by this particular party, it was really the answers were out there, and they gave them, and they gave specifics, they gave addresses, they gave times and dates and people that were in the meeting. And this went all the way up to the executive branch of previous presidents, not this current president. And, it's something that needs to be said, that I've said this before, and I've heard it in these secure type settings, is that these arrogant jerks that are in government, and they're unelected bureaucrats, and they told me the president is on a need-to-know basis. And to me, that should send a chilling effect. You all as journalists, and you are journalists, you've uncovered more than 3/4 of the mainstream media that's out there now in what's going on in our country. And you do it and make people laugh. So I think that's and I dig y'all for that.
So you mentioned that somebody apparently was testifying and gave information. We've done a bunch of documentaries. You've been a part of some of them on this. I'm interested to know, is the person that delivered this information somebody who's out of government, somebody who was in the Navy? There's
who it is.
There are somebody in government, and I hate to correct you on something. They were not testifying. They did not hold up their right hand and
what
swear to God Almighty.
What kind of a meeting was it then? What kind of a meeting?
Well, it was what you would say. It's kind of James Bond kind of stuff. It's in a very secure setting. I'll just say that, and leave it at that. But it was it's in a chilling effect to me when they say things like that. It's like we're untouchable. You can't handle what's going on. It's up to us to decide what you can and cannot see. And to me, I just don't like a government like that. I'm a very transparent. I don't care. I know y'all are liberal out there and then we're conservative out here, but the reality is there's a good reason that liberals and conservatives, one thing they can't agree on is they don't trust the dadgum government because of this arrogance. And we need more transparency. That's why I love it when y'all uncover something, which you've done a pretty good job of in the last few weeks.
Thank you, Congressman.
There have been different reports over the years. Some reports that there have been pieces of machinery that were found that did not seem earthly. And then there have been reports about life that is not earthly. Which one of those two, or both, are you talking about? A form of life that is not earthly, or just something mechanical that's not earthly?
I'd say you'd be safe to say both.
Huh.
And now, you know, and my big thing on this is this. Look, I have my own beliefs. You know, people throw it up in my face. Oh, you say you're a Christian, but this isn't very Christ-like. I said, dude, the Bible, Genesis 1 says God created the heavens and the earth. And then you read chapter 1 of Ezekiel. That's Old Testament, just like Genesis is. And they talk about Ezekiel seeing the wheel, a wheel within a wheel. And, you know, and they keep throwing up obstacles to us. They're saying this is demonic, this is positional, you know, it's time and everything else and all that. And I don't get into all that. I just want to know what we're spending tens of millions of your dollars on every year. Every department has it. NASA, you know, they went on record a few weeks ago and said, oh, we have no proof, we've got no files, we got no pictures. And I said, well, what the hell was I did y'all brief me on a while back on if we don't? You know, this thing is it just drives me crazy. You got one side saying one thing and the other side saying the other, and they're both in the same departments and they're so compartmentalized. That's why Washington is a mess. We're not going to fix it, but if we got a president with the guts to put this stuff out and just dump it on us, dump every bit on us and let us figure it out.
The way you described this, whatever happened at this meeting, this briefing that was happening.
I think he means like transdimensional.
Was there something
right? He's mad that
we knew, we would feel that we are in danger?
Like he's a real nuts and bolts guy, it sounds like.
At night if you knew the things that I saw in these briefings.
Yeah.
Should we believe that? That's the part where it seemed alarming.
I don't think we're at danger of this. I mean, if these things exist as I think they do, they could have destroyed us with a blink of an eye. I just don't see that, and I think that's. I just think, but I do think they have the technology and the capabilities of something that we can't understand or we can't grasp.
So you are saying, help me and correct me if I'm wrong, that a government official.
See, Charlie, this is what reporters do. They say, "Don't wait a minute. What you're saying is..."
Yeah, because I don't want to misquote you.
He must know.
So,
Levin must know. He must have gotten a tip about it.
Some of those guys is looking over the counter and saying, "Does this guy really talk like this?"
No. I'm actually.
There was like rumors somebody big was going to come out this around now.
What I want to make sure I'm understanding is a member of our government has told you. And others, I guess.
Many members of the government.
There is a form of alien life and machinery which maybe brought this living creature here that interacted in some form with people?
Yeah.
It's going to be Clapper or someone like that.
It's pretty wild. Like, I know. But I'm just telling you, I'm not going to lie to you. I'd take a lie to you. You won't put me on a polygraph, I'll take it. But, you know, this is what the guy told me. I mean, I've had a very high-ranking naval official describe, you know, I've talked about this before, underwater craft, something big as a football field, moving at over 200 miles an hour. And there's no fish in the ocean that would do that. We don't even have a sub that'll probably do 40 miles an hour under the... and the last thing he said before he left my office was, it was kind of weird because he didn't go out he went out the side door, which nobody ever uses. And he looked at me, he pulled me up close, and he said, "Tim, they're real." And that's the last thing he said to me. That'll be the title of my book, I guess.
Wow.
It's always a book.
But, you know, so what do I do with it? I don't know. I mean, you know, I get all this stuff, and they bring it to me. It's your all's fault because your guy asked me one time out on the street corner, said, "What did I think about the UFO report?" And I said, you know, look, more people believe in UFOs than believe in Congress. And I put it on a dadgum T-shirt, and it sold out.
It's
so
true,
what do you do?
It's true.
Yeah, I know it's true.
It is true.
So listen, make us the repository for any information you're willing to share, because we will put it out there. But what you're saying is fascinating. I realize that there are bounds.
You kept asking the question wrong, dude. That's why. You gotta watch how George Knapp does it. He fucking asks some questions where it's like, They can't do the thing that he just did there. Everyone has to die when his constituents died in a school shooting. Did he? I don't remember that. But...
Hello,
Again,
everyone.
sounds like something he would
It's the
say.
Angry Astronaut, and as usual, I am furious. The United States government, under a new administration that's supposedly all about transparency, is still sitting on 46 specific jaw-dropping UFO
46?
videos captured by our own military.
Dude, there's
These
so much more than
blurry
46?
backyard phone videos. These are FLIR, infrared radar-locked, high-resolution sensor footage from fighter jets, Reaper drones, Coast Guard planes, and fifth-generation fighters. And Congress just sent a formal letter demanding that they hand them over by April the 14th. Representative Anna Paulina Luna dropped this bombshell on March the 31st, 2026, and insiders who have seen the clips are saying you're gonna see some weird proof of non-human craft. Also, maybe transmedium USOs, whatever they are, objects that mock our best sensors and accelerate like nothing on Earth. This is it, folks. The government is hiding 46 UFO secrets from the public.
Dude, I don't like
right
this framing
now.
one bit.
If they don't release them, it's criminal. Stick around. I'm breaking down the entire list.
I don't think that's where they came from either. I think those are the 46 that were on the military server.
Hit that like button if you're as angry as I am, subscribe, and let's expose this cover-up together.
I think Trump probably said something like that, you know, he probably talked to Luna and was like, oh, I want to do some UFO shit. Can you give me something to do? And I think she probably had access to that AWIX, that military server you always hear him talking about. And I think she just wrote down like 46 like cleanest videos or whatever that were posted on there. Because if you hear like, you know, Corbell and Knapp and all talk about it, there's a lot of good UFO videos that have been on there for years, like that like those operator guys all talk about. She probably just got those names, wrote those names down, and said, "Here, this is a good list to do." I don't think it's. I think people are gonna be disappointed, right? Because I don't know. I want to see some of these fucking classified documents from back in the day, like, because we've seen them there's been classified programs that have been referred to in other documents that have been declassified that sound really juicy. Like, we know there was a classified Project Blue Book the whole time the regular one was on, and I don't think, you know, it's unclear whether that was ever shut down like the public one was. But yeah. I knew a bunch of shit.
Good evening, alien enthusiasts, and welcome to another Angry Alien Bulletin. I am still in Florida, although I won't be here for much longer. I'll be heading to South Carolina
Waffle
to visit
House
my
thing.
son, and then to Colorado, hopefully to check out Space Symposium. But in the meantime, very interesting UAP news continues to flood across the wires while everybody is distracted with Artemis. Not saying that there's anything intentional about that. People should be focusing on Artemis 2. It's a historic mission, but still, there's some very big things going on in the UFO/UAP world. Most particular, of course, is a letter that was written by Paulina Luna to the military demanding the release of 46 alleged pieces of footage that the military supposedly has all of UAP sightings that demonstrate anomalous capabilities and anomalous behavior on the part of these objects. That's an enormous number of encounters. Near as we can tell, the vast majority of these seem to be drone encounters with UAPs, but again, demonstrating.
And the shooter, of course, lost their life too. So it's a horrible, horrible situation. And we're not going to fix it. Criminals are going to be criminals, and my daddy fought in the Second World War, fought in the Pacific, fought the Japanese, and he told me, he said, buddy, he said, if somebody wants to take you out and doesn't mind losing their life, there's not a whole heck of a lot you can do about it. 3 precious little kids lost their lives, and I believe 3 adults.
I mean, in the 40s.
It's written, what it demands, and then we're going to go through all 46 of the UFO encounters that are supposedly out there. And if this footage contains the information, contains the incredible performance of these objects that it supposedly contains, this will be definitive proof that something is happening in our atmosphere, something that is not of human origin.
Yeah.
So let's start with the letter itself. On March 31st, 2026,
he doesn't respond well
Representative
to the,
Anna Paulina Luna, chairwoman of the House Oversight Committee's task force on the declassification of federal secrets,
liberal
sent
media
a 4-page formal demand to Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. She cites a September 9th, 2025 hearing where whistleblowers straight up told Congress and the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, is hiding additional UAP video records. Luna calls out AARO's responses as less than adequate. As a matter of fact, AARO has not released any footage
talk
since
radio
early
show though.
January
You don't get paid,
this
or
year.
you can't
They've been
like
remarkably quiet. She warns that
people
these
didn't have like a
UAPs
Twitter
are
account to
operating
plug
in and around restricted U.S. military airspace and installations, a direct threat to U.S. armed forces. The deadline, April 14th, 2026. That's 9 days from when I'm filming this. 9 days until we might finally see 46 videos that could prove that we're not alone, or at least that something is flying circles around our military tech. And this isn't some random congresswoman. Luna's been leading the charge on UAP transparency for some time. She's working with the momentum from President Trump's earlier directives.
Art
to
Bell
release
was a
alien
fucking DJ
UAP
on the radio
files.
station. Of course he was paid. But like the idea that there's like grifting going on, so like the callers would call in with made up shit, you mean? That's what I mean. It's like it's not really a grift if you're not getting paid for it. Right? Yeah. Like they were always anonymous and shit too. I was like watching that. Let's watch the Joe Kemp thing. Eloise likes this band, Mommy Long Legs. I'll have to watch Picard again next. I'll start watching any of those. Cruise ships.
Monboon _ says, you know who's not grifting? Matt. And he's out here every night, so help
Because I
support
make like
him with
50
subs and
cents an
bits.
hour. Like something insane like that. Like fucking worst chatters in this fucking platform. Yeah. Haters. Everything we now know about the 25th century sounds interesting. Comet just changed directions. Yeah. Which comet is it? Mr. John. I don't know if it's just me or if it's just like there's no good content. Who's this? Oh, you know what? I don't know.
This is one of the more complex and interesting structures under any of the pyramids, and it's not something that really nobody knows about, but this was a massive structure that he cut his way into and looked at. And I think it was actually probably part of the labyrinth, if not contained an entrance to the labyrinth, because remember in those historical accounts they talk about there being both a...
This is only 5 minutes.
way to the pyramid that was cut underground from the labyrinth, and in another case them talking about only one descending way into the labyrinth. And of course Petrie, there's other accounts where he's trying to figure out if there's some other passage, but he can't. The water's so salty and he didn't want to put his head in it, so they're like scooping around on the floor, sticking their face in the water, trying to feel these passages in it, and sweating like crazy. I mean, I couldn't imagine. It's insane. But inside this weird, strange structure here, there's actually one of these, essentially a box. It's called the super chamber. It's actually a single piece of yellow quartzite that weighs in the range of
when
about
does
110
the UK
tons,
have their own
probably
SNL?
more. This is what Petrie sort of conservatively estimated it at. These roofing beams that you're looking at are also around 80 tons. Many of the other blocks that are described in these trapdoors and passages that go around are in the 20 to 50 ton range. So this is completely megalithic stuff, very much of the same caliber that you might see in the whole King's Chamber structure inside the Great Pyramid. Very much the same sort of thing that you would see in the Assyrian, because funnily enough,
So this is the top of the labyrinth.
made up of massive blocks of quartzite and granite is, of course, the Assyrian. We already connected this to the labyrinth in the way it's constructed, but it's also connected to this structure beneath the pyramid at Hawara, because this is made up of the same stuff. That big lentil block that we just walked under here is made of quartzite. All of these pillars in here are 80, 90 tons of granite. The roofing beams are similarly sized, 80, 90 tons of granite. The walls around the Assyrian are made of quartzite. Same stone, same construction style as what we're seeing beneath the pyramid and allegedly what is in the labyrinth. So there's a connection here, because this is also one of the most mysterious buildings in all of Egypt. It's up there with the Valley Temple and all of these other things. Yeah, this is simple. According to, who was it, Diodorus, I think, was saying it was simple. Yeah. So Petrie wrote a little bit. I'm going to quote you a little bit about what Petrie said.
It's like connected to this water source though, but it's like not the regular water table.
At Hawara, it was but a lesser part of my work.
It's like a private
on the south
like
of the
water
pyramid
table.
lay a wide mass of chips and fragments of buildings which had long generally been identified
Like a well.
with the celebrated
Hey,
labyrinth. So remember
thanks,
that
dude.
Lepsius, Carl Lepsius did that diagram with all of the walls
Hell
and
yeah.
stuff. It's like Petrie's investigating that. And he says, when I began to excavate, the result was soon plain, that the brick chambers were built on the top of a ruin of a great stone structure, and hence they were only the houses of a village as they had first appeared to be. But beneath them and far away over a vast area, the layers of
Humanities
stone chips
teacher.
were found, and so great was the mass that it was difficult to persuade visitors that the stratum was artificial and not a natural
They
formation.
have no clue what
So
they're
he's telling
talking
us
about.
The ruins that people had associated with the labyrinth were actually just the ruins of a village, or a place that
hype train.
people lived, likely the
A
quarry
real one.
Village.
Did I do it?
In fact, he talks about it here, but beneath that, at deeper layers, he found a layer of stone that was massive and vast. Beneath all these fragments was a uniform smooth bed of beton or plaster on which the pavement of the building had been laid. So he's saying, Petrie thinks he found a foundation. He's saying, well, this is the pavement, this is the foundation for whatever stood on top of this. The mere extent of it proved that it was far larger than any temple known in Egypt. All the temples of Karnak, of Luxor, and a few on the western side of Thebes might be placed together within the vast space of these buildings at Hawara. We know from Pliny and others how for centuries the labyrinth had been a great quarry for the whole district, and its destruction occupied such a body of masons that a small town existed there. So they were quarrying
Oh yeah.
the stone from this site for centuries.
That's what's his
Just like
face.
the
What's
local
her face's? What's his face's
I'm
kid?
not the
All this
authority on
information and the
aliens. My
reported
family's
position
not,
of it
but we
agrees
are
so
considered the
closely
most
with what we can
documented
trace that no
case
doubt can now
in
remain
local
regarding the
history.
position of one of the wonders
And
of Egypt.
our experience, you know, not only understanding the phenomenon, seeing it thousands of times, but also with knowing and talking with people in the government and talking with people in agencies from all over the world. The truth is, they don't have all the answers, and they don't understand the phenomenon like they want you to think they do. They have, and this is just being honest and repeating information that is fact. Like, they've come to us with questions because they don't know what they're doing when it comes to being in contact with this phenomenon. And what we know from the phenomenon, that it's based on consciousness, that they work for creation, at least what we've interacted with. These are angelic beings who healings happen around, blessings have happened around. If
I navigate away from this, I won't be able to find it again. But I want to show you my new TikTok. Open another page.
If you want to touch gloves, now's the time. God bless. Oh man, here we go. Kelvin Gastelum.
Oh. I bet you that was a sick fight too. Didn't we already watch this? Did I not post my room tonight? Shit. Okay, I must have not finished it. Yeah, fuck. We already saw this one. Nice, thanks, Al. Good job. 2 minutes left. 3 subs or 1.2 thousand. That's pretty good. Look at that. Look at those missiles. There's so many missiles. It sounds like that made up language on the first Sigaros record.
They know your thoughts, they know your heart, and they come when people are in trouble. They come when you're suffering.
That's what I
They
do
come
for
to
subscribers.
awaken you. They don't
I know
step
your
on
heart,
free
and I
will.
come
They're
when you're
certainly
suffering.
not eating babies.
But only for
There's
subscribers.
just a lot of fear right now, and I know it's really scary. But what the lady said, my dad, you know, we've had all these experiences for years, seeing entities, seeing orbs of light, UFOs, crafts, beings in our house, in our yard. Then, because it wrecked my family's life, my dad, I literally came home from school
Yeah, we
crying
read the
one day
book.
because our,
You got anything new
we
to add
couldn't
to
escape
it?
it. I was being picked on at school. It was just a really difficult time. My dad was sick of it. He went out and cried out to God, thanks for healing me of my unhealable disease and for blessing my family, but I can't do this anymore. I can't share the story. I'm done. Please stop showing up for my family. That night, he was awoken out of bed, taken into the backyard by these shadowy beings. By the way, the phenomenon can appear any way that it wants to. I've seen it in any form you can imagine. Shadow, light, orbs, animals. It can appear as a metallic craft or as a chariot of fire. It can be whatever. Anyway, he was taken into the backyard and he was knocked over by a gust of wind, and this bull came out of this gust of wind, and when he got up on his knees to turn around and look,
at this see-through glowing bull that came and rushed him, there was this glowing woman floating on the ground, off of the ground, and she said, "You know why I'm here. This is your burden to share this message, to tell the world."
You rickrolling me right now? Yeah, you did, didn't you? Yeah, we discussed this last night. We actually like this song. You missed it. You're supposed to go to church yesterday. No. No.
Basically that she was the divine feminine. She's been known throughout history by many names, and that she was coming to bring darkness to light, which is happening right now. It's been happening, and to awaken the people, to open and restore the hearts and minds of the people.
So bad.
So, and to bring balance between the masculine and the feminine. We are seeing this actively happening over the last few years. People are being awakened to the phenomenon. They're seeing things. They're, not understanding. We're going through this period of lots of interaction. We're going through a period of lots of stuff happening on a global scale, politically, socially. There's just a lot happening. And there's a lot of fear narrative. We've been told
like a bargain basement headband lady. Yeah, it's the Great Awakening.
Guys, we don't actively work for the government. They come to us. They show us their badge, they say who they are, and then they investigate us, they ask questions, we've done research, they leave. And then we live our lives like normal people, and we continue to have these experiences, and people continue to come to us. We're not trying to, serve any agenda here. This is just...
I believe that too. The thing, I say this every time, but the thing about Bledsoe that I find most compelling is that his prophecy is like Israel's going to try to nuke Iran, and then the aliens are going to come down and stop them from doing it. That's like one of the things that he's been talking about for the past 15 years. Which, if you know anything about our government, you know that they would never co-sign such a theory, that's an anathema. Like, admitting that they have nukes or that they would ever dream of using them, or if they would ever use them, that these aliens would have the audacity to interrupt their clearly justified use of nuclear weapons. That's why I think, I don't think he's a spook. I think he's credible,
The facts of what we've experienced.
We led the night off with that.
Because ultimately we're not like...
what is this? They got ambushed. They tried to snatch the uranium, but they didn't have a long enough extension cord for the discombobulator. So their one neat trick didn't work, and then they just got smoked. Yeah, like at least a couple dozen, I'd say. Like, they've been showing their fucking licenses, their passports and stuff on filming it. Like, I don't think any of that's, Trump's gonna try to lie about it because he's a fucking asshole, but, like, I don't see how you dispute that. Like, many soldiers died the other night. That's why I think he had that unhinged tweet on Easter Sunday, right? He was pissed off.
We're normal people, okay? I live in a tiny home, right? I still have a stocking on my wall. The lady is coming to restore the hearts and minds of the people, to bring darkness to light, justice in this world. And even though it feels really scary to be learning about all of this stuff, there's a lot of fear. It's more important than ever for us to choose to lean into love and to the divine. Not only the divine in terms of God above us in heaven and the clouds, whatever your religion is, but to the divinity within us and within our neighbor, within our loved ones. And to not give in to the fear that's being harvested right now. This is fear harvesting.
Did he talk to her? He usually fucking...
All of this stuff coming out, it's serving a dark force. the way that the fear is coming through from us. It's good that it's coming out because we're learning and people are waking up. But ultimately, you have a choice right now to decide what you're doing with your energy. So be really aware of how you're managing your energy, and know that you can't control the outcomes of these things, and that there is ultimately a loving, true force that works for creation. That's what they told my dad. They work for creation. They appear when we pray in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And the lady told us she's the Holy Spirit. And that there's one true God that's above all religion. And our reality is what we make of it. So align with the energies you want to see in the world, and be brave enough not to dismiss darkness because it doesn't exist, but to dismiss it in your heart so it doesn't rule you. Okay? Because what we align with, we are so powerful, we create our reality. If everyone starts being afraid of evil aliens, we're all such powerful creators as sparks of God, maybe we might create that reality. We don't want to choose that. We don't want to choose hell on earth. We want to choose heaven on earth, because heaven is a state that we choose to live in now. I just saw a video of a woman talking about how with the Epstein files, they believe they're giving children to aliens.
We missed this
and
part.
I just have to say that I'm not the authority on aliens. My family's not, but we are considered the most documented and investigated case in UFO history. And our experience, not only understanding the phenomenon, seeing it thousands of times, but also with knowing and talking with people in the government and talking with people in agencies from all over the world. The truth is, they don't have all the answers, and they don't.
Yeah, it's the other thing. Oh, it's this girl.
Well, yeah, of course, those are two completely different things.
Right.
There's obviously, a well-meaning sort of skepticism about what are the objectives of this war and when do we know if those objectives have been achieved. I think one of the main issues that's sort of, and it's something that I can't even get my head around, is that I don't think that there's ever been a time where war by itself would effectuate regime change. There are other things that need to sort of unite, like, for example, uprisings, defections within the ranks, and the person that has largely been responsible for that is the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi. So when he called people out into the streets in January, they went out in their millions. When the internet got shut down, his views went down in the millions. So there was a strong evidence that there was a strong connection there. And so I think where this war has gone sort of been negligent is in not pulling in the other actors that would effectuate regime change, right? Also, Reza Pahlavi, I think there's, I can't say the numbers for sure, but I think there's like 150,000 people within the ranks that are looking to defect to him. And so...
What are you basing that on? How do we know that?
His team says that. How do we know? I mean, I can only tell you what his team says.
I told you that.
A US airstrike destroyed Iran's largest bridge. Responding to criticism for targeting civilian infrastructure, a senior US military official said, "Oh my God, we're so sorry. We thought it was a school."
It's Easter! That's right, the time of year where we celebrate the only murdered Palestinian we're allowed to talk about.
Revealed that Meta billionaire Mark Zuckerberg is building a bunker under his compound in California. And I hope he uses that bunker in exactly the same way Hitler did. A US airstrike destroyed Iran's largest bridge. Responding to criticism for targeting civilian infrastructure, a senior US military official said, "Oh my God, we're so sorry. We thought it was
a school."
Compared to existential threat, how do we 25th Amendment his ass?
The problem is to get the 25th Amendment's harder than impeachment. You have to get 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate.
So what do we do?
Tackle Trump and pretend, let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over. It literally needs to be something like that. It's that bad.
I've known you a long time. You've never called for a internal coup before.
Ever. But that's how dangerous this is. That's how risky it is for the whole
world. Yeah, if I was the Democrats, I'd stop poking Trump and messing with him. That only makes it worse. Like, you guys need to watch out. This isn't a guy acting like he's crazy. This is real.
Well, what's there going to be to take over in 2026 or 2028 if this hits the fan?
Damn,
if we get it, he's threatening an extinction level event for the people of Iran tomorrow. Dude, does nobody think there'll be any blowback from that? If he follows through on that, the whole world is screwed.
You were saying during the break, there's other ways to do this. People need to just, not just tell him the truth, like Susie Walsh said. It's time to just not, say what you just said.
Yeah, well, legally and constitutionally, the vice president is an independent elected official. The same as legally and constitutionally, the only oath any member of the military takes, any member of the State Department takes, any member of the intelligence community takes.
This Robert Barnes guy, he's pretty based, huh? He knows what he's talking about. I'm telling you, we need an American Gaddafi. It's time. We need a colonel. Somebody,
He said, quote, Tuesday will be
captain in the Air
Power
Force,
Plant Day
maybe?
and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Trump. And I don't know about you, but I saw this yesterday.
Yeah.
And like Marjorie Greene and like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and everybody else, this is disturbing. It's actually sickening. And I'm not that guy. I think you know that about me. I'm not really one to be a bleeding heart or to clutch my pearls or to be sanctimonious about this sort of thing. But it's everything about this. It's everything about it. It's bad enough that we are in a war in Iran without a reason, without a plan B, an exit strategy, a plan. It's not enough that we're being lied to about it, that we're doing it for Israel. Americans are dying and Trump is totally flippant about that. But it's Easter Sunday. It's literally the holiest day of the year, and this is what you post? Not Happy Easter, not Christ is risen, nothing. You threaten to bomb Iran, which is bad enough by itself, but then it's the profanity. Open up the fucking straight, you crazy bastards. Tomorrow we're bombing all your infrastructure. And then mocking God. And then praise be to Allah. And then mocking God in the middle of it as well. And this is when you realize Trump is evil.
Yeah.
He's not a bad president. He's not surrounded by bad advisors or bad personnel or people that are disloyal or not giving him good advice. I've been trying to say this for years. It's him. He is the problem. He has always been the problem. This entire time. Any way you want to cut it. It's not the people under him. It's not the people around him. It's not people failing him. It's him. And it's him at his core. It is because he is a completely hollow and wicked person.
Mm-hmm.
Who else, what other kind of person could say something like this? And it would be bad enough if you were a Fox News talk show host. You expect this kind of thing from Mark Levin. You expect this kind of thing from Laura Loomer. These people have darkened minds and darkened souls. And they are shock jocks. And their business is to offend the conscience of everybody to get attention because their message is repugnant and nobody would support it otherwise, and nobody would even pay attention to it otherwise. But this is the President of the United States. This is the head of the country on the holiest day of the year, threatening to bomb Iran. Open up the strait, fucking bastards. Praise be to Allah, President Trump. Who writes something like this? What kind of human being writes something like this?
I mean, it's like when Omar, he yells at the guys for going after the fucking church, you know. I mean, colored lady got her church hat on. That's kind of how I feel. You know, a bona fide colored lady in a church hat. What did he say? Sunday morning. I'm not sure who's who in that metaphor, but it evokes similar sentiment. Victims of the CIA's phony East Coast, West Coast rap. I'm playing against dude. Do you think Trump watches the Lego videos or no? I wonder if they're on Truth Social. I'm always thinking about like that quote. I forget who it was from, but Reagan maybe or first Bush. They were like, oh, how come our guys are never heroic like their guys are? Some shit like that. I'm butchering it, but like your guys are literally the worst people in whatever country you're trying to dominate. It's like the shittiest people you could find who are like nearby. That's who works for you. Versus like, you know, arguably the best people in any given region. Have you watched this one? Some knockoff shit. It was the first Bush?
Welcome everyone, welcome back to the show. It's your host, Danny Hai Fong, and I am glad to announce that I have, for the first time on the show, John Elmer from the Resistance Report at Electronic Intifada, and returning guest Justin Fodor at the Anti-Empire Project. We have a lot to get to, so gentlemen, thanks so much for joining me today.
I mean, it'd be nice if we could get the capitalists to fight amongst themselves. They don't even do that anymore. You can get factions of them to fight. Like, that's what you know, I thought we were building towards. I mean, if you got like a $1.5 trillion military budget, I don't think there's much dispute amongst the capitalist class. You know, like I think that's. Of course, they're gonna like fight for their individual like contracts or whatever, but like that is just like, oh well. You're each competing for the same $500 billion. Why don't I just add an extra $500 billion to the budget? What that feels like. Yeah, but they're still not always aligned. It's like I said about Iran. It's like, yes, some of them have wanted to do this for 30 years, but they didn't do it right away because they, you know, other ones didn't want to do it. You know, like they still like have personal struggles to like get their agenda primal, you know, to enforce the primacy of their specific agenda. You know?
Yeah. Well, speaking of a resistance report, John, how about we get started with you? I wanted to first play what Donald Trump said about this operation, the so-called rescue operation, now shrouded in all kinds of. I wouldn't even say mystery anymore. Just
maybe, but how would you prove
reports on what actually happened there? We do know that Iran did undertake an ambush of these U.S. Special Forces attempting to either rescue the pilot who was down, or colonel, or steal the uranium, or both. I want your take on this, but here is what Donald Trump said.
I mean, they're always going to back each other over anybody else.
The size of the operation, and then I want to get your
totally aligned
take on what exactly happened here and why is this?
Like they'll maneuver inside the government.
The second rescue mission involved 155 aircraft, including 4 bombers, 64 fighters, 48 refueling tankers, 13 rescue aircraft, and more. We were bringing them all over, and a lot of it was subterfuge.
Oh my God, it's body language, dude.
So, John, I mean, that's a lot of aircraft, and they did lose some aircraft, which I will pull up in a
second. So dishonest.
Talking, but,
I didn't see that clip
John,
yet.
What exactly happened here?
We were bringing a lot of aircraft. We were doing a lot of different things with them.
In your assessment.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still obviously a lot we don't know, but from what we do know, the F-15 was shot down by Iranian air defenses. Both pilots ejected and ended up in roughly the same area. Over the course of several hours on the first day, in the daylight, the U.S. attempted the rescue operation, and in doing that, basically got lit up. They lost the A-10 Warthog.
Yeah, Trump was trying to imply that, like, it was a diversion. Like, that's how they shot the pilot down. Which, if that was true, you know he would have been screaming it from the rafters, like, from the jump. Like, last week, like, oh no, they didn't actually shoot him down. We did that on purpose. It was part of our plan. Don't worry about it.
Black Hawk helicopters. They lost a couple of Reapers in that operation, and they failed and withdrew from that. And then what it appears to have has happened is that they went back the next day under the cover of darkness, and that gives obviously the United States a massive advantage given their capabilities, and they successfully apparently got.
I think it's about the S&P 500 index, right? So as long as they can keep like some companies' share prices going up, right, they can use that to like level out the other declines, right? And then just it's like the promise is like we'll get like 5% this year, whatever it is, you know, whatever Trump tells them. But like they're gonna make money no matter what, like and then I think a lot of it is about like they speculate on the decline stuff, like that's, you know, from Epstein's emails. Like he was definitely like one of those guys who like to like drive the markets down to like get a deal, you know, like, and I think Trump's probably the exact same kind of guy, you know. Like I think the market manipulations is more sort of for the, you know, like his base or whatever, like the fucking, you know, the small business tyrants in the suburbs that vote for him, like because those I think are probably like very predictable for those guys, like the crypto guys and all, like the fucking people he was courting for this election, for 2024 election. I think the oligarchs, I think they have a separate arrangement, you know, and I do think they have an arrangement. So, you know, there's been no resistance. They've been encouraging him this whole time. I feel like they will eventually, I don't know. It's just like they don't care to stab him in the back. Like they'll use him till he's useful, and then they'll move on to somebody else and use them till they're useful. Like they have no incentive to like, you know, seek accountability at a later date, you know. So I think they'll just, you know, like, because they, whether he is knowingly or unknowingly, Trump does whatever they want him to do, you know.
The weapons officer who was, you know, I think a lot of the story that's left out is that like he was in communication with the US from the time that he goes down. He's got a transponder. They knew where he was. He moved into the mountains. That was in a valley. What
like
you're
they've
looking
really
at there
given
on the
up,
screen
like,
is in the valley.
I think previously they used to care about America's reputation. People would give them dirty looks at the airport or whatever, and now I don't think they give a fuck anymore.
The U.S. didn't let anyone get within, you know, 3 miles of the scene, so it just
they
isn't
don't fucking
as
fly commercial.
heroic a story as is being told. You know, the U.S. has all the advantage in this situation. I mean, even just like talking about the troops that go in there, the amount of, you know, the 2 C-130s that were combat search and rescue C-130s, they come in with special forces who are trained to do this kind of operation all year round, all, you know, for the last decade. They're the most elite trained troops in the U.S. military, and they have 2 million service members to call upon to cull, to get these you know, these special forces that could be inserted into this. So given all of those advantages,
does he tell
the
them
fact that they
what the market's going to do?
Apparently needed to blow up their
just wondering,
the HC-130s before they left, blow up the helicopters before they left because they were stuck in the mud. I mean, I don't know. That story doesn't seem super strong. I imagine there's going to be a lot more that we learn in the coming days. But yeah, when you take a look at the resources that the U.S. had, and that Trump quote that you played, he was saying that they literally took all of their resources in the region and turned them towards this single operation in the southwest of Iran, in the mountains, away from cities. So a lot of the complexity of the operation, it kind of washes away when you see that analysis. So they did something that they are, you know, pretty good at doing, both because of the resources
They should make Trump
that they have, and because of the training that they have, for their
formally
permanent war
surrender
state.
and beg Allah for forgiveness.
Well,
they should make him
Justin,
convert
I wanted to
like they used to do.
Let's play the Iranian
Persian
take,
Empire.
and I'm actually going to read it.
Or whatever
because,
empire that
the
was.
military spokesperson of the IRGC
No, it's
giving
not the Persians.
Iran's
Never mind.
take of what happened here.
The Mohammedan empires.
And read it. So, following the desperate efforts of the U.S. terrorist army, and he continues to carry out a rescue operation for the pilot of its downed fighter jet. Several enemy aircraft entered our beloved country of Iran
train be a
in the
janissary.
early hours of April 5th, 2026. A number of these aircraft, including 2 C-130 transport planes, military transport planes, and 2 Black Hawk helicopters were hit and forced to make emergency landings in an area south of Isfahan. So,
I mean,
a lot of people have been making note
I don't
of
think
the
he would,
location,
though.
Isfahan, as possibly a staging ground of a...
Like, he would not go down without taking motherfuckers out with him, you know? Like, he would never want to, like, bear the brunt. Like, he would never do that. Even if he was going to take the easy way out like that, like, he would do it in such a way, you know, like, where they, you know, dragged them all down with him.
An operation to do what Trump has been and the administration has been plotting, which is to seize the uranium from a nuclear site like Isfahan. And then was this that I want you to comment on if you saw it. It hasn't been I don't think confirmed yet, but this is from
well, from a game theory perspective, it really is, you know, Trump has outlived his usefulness.
Iranian media, RT, reporting that someone named Amanda Ryder, her ID, her U.S. Air Force ID, was recovered from the wreckage, and an Israeli visa was found. Hold on one second. Let me pull that up here. Here it is. The ID of the U.S. Air Force's Amanda Ryder was recovered from an aircraft wreckage after the rescue mission. An Israeli visa was found. So, Justin, your comments. What do you think is going on here? You know, Iran says they took American casualties. They saw it with their own eyes.
They aren't even
the US,
trying.
Trump, Hegseth, they came out today and said, God is good. Everything went very smoothly, other than blowing up the aircraft, as John noted.
Yeah, we
We
don't
we
have
lost $500 million in airplanes, but it
really
went
high
great.
quality information. So we do have to use logic here, where we can. And
Which is also not true too, because we have a lot of posts from the Iranian people, right? So like, I don't know. I have no reason to disbelieve anything that they're saying.
I don't see how that
They have a
much
pretty good
destruction
reputation.
could happen with manned aircraft and soldiers and have no one die. But we also have to remember that according to American sources, virtually nobody has died ever fighting Iran.
I need a man to
there are
hug
always
and kiss.
injuries. There are lots of injuries, and then people die in accidents afterwards. So this one, I do think that if there were a lot of U.S. casualties, there would be that graveyard of aircraft that we saw would have had lots of dead bodies as well, unless the Iranians took them away. But it's what the patterns that I've seen so far are that Iranians more or less have been telling the truth as they've seen it. And when before this rescue operation concluded, I saw a message from, I think, one of the Iranian sources where they said, if we did have them, we wouldn't tell you. So it was sort of like that. Even that's truthful in a way, right? They're sort of like, we're not going to tell you. But I don't see them like manipulating the site in that way or anything like that. I mean,
so there's that one picture.
I don't know if
see
there
the
were
skull,
huge
right?
casualties that the Americans are saying didn't happen. I do think, if they wanted to, because we did hear a little bit about this uranium snatch plan. The idea was, as I heard it, was that they were going to go snatch the uranium, build a runway, and fly out. I guess they found this runway near Isfahan, so that solves their runway problem.
But there was another indication, because they had been bombing in a specific pattern meant to like take the road out. Like they bombed the road so that like, they thought Iranians coming to get them would be slowed by that.
Set up a base somewhere where you could then start loading tons of other stuff and material, and maybe they they did their map, they analyzed their maps, and they were like, here's a runway, we can turn this into a base and we can go from here. And the other consideration, like John was saying, the dream of like a go in and do something and get out, like that's the model that they're going on. They were really pleased with how that went in Venezuela, presumably, because Venezuela was preparing for a long guerrilla war against an occupation, and the Americans just went in for a couple 20 minutes and left, so leaving the Venezuelans with nobody to really fight and nothing to get going. And so the Iranian defense plan is presumably also like they have millions of men, they have people ready to fight, they know the Americans very well, they have lots of equipment, but they have a gigantic area to defend too. So they're not going to be there in numbers in every corner where the Americans can fly to. It's going to take them a while to get there.
I mean,
maybe a lot of them would have to drive there. The drones would get there first. So some remote corner where the Americans are trying to set something up and get it going, and it takes the Iranians a while to get there, and then there's a battle, and the Americans withdraw. That all makes perfect sense to me in terms of what happened.
Like if he can take over before the election and right the ship, that would be I would say, the best path for him to try to get elected. Because I think otherwise they're going to vote for the Democrats just by default, like, which, is the Democrats' that's their whole strategy. It's just keep your mouth shut and like let Trump, let people assume you're better than Trump.
None of the stuff about pilots and rescues and Amanda's, Amanda Ryder, like, it's a bit on the nose in terms of like making fun of the name and stuff, right? Amanda.
It's a real person, supposedly.
I don't know. Did the Americans leave that there?
That's
I don't know.
Basic
the whole thing
fucking name.
Like,
that's a very common name.
Like the recovered passports after 9/11. Like, how is there an ID? Like, why'd she bring her ID on a mission?
That's always the question.
I don't understand it. Is that what you do? I don't know. I
don't know.
No, great. Well, I think those are.
You wouldn't bring your ID on a mission?
And John, I mean, if what Justin is saying is true, and there's a lot of, I think, good points to follow there toward the truth of the matter.
It's not like you're going to be able to like lie, like keep them from lying about your
base coming out of Iran after this operation.
Inevitably, they'll find out who you are.
Has refused to acknowledge any such thing. This is just a heroic operation to rescue one guy who happened to be a colonel with but many say a much higher ranking than what you would normally take on a standard mission that he was on. But then, there's all of this talk about this being an operation. Many people are saying that this is a fake story, that simply this is about stealing the uranium and making that forward operating base. So, John, your comments on this. I mean, how did Iran in particular hit back so hard? Because this is being underestimated. The Trump administration is saying they didn't do anything there, but yet there's videos everywhere of a gunfight. We hear it. And Iran is saying, even in their Lego videos, that everybody was involved. People were stopping traffic and, helping the local forces get to the location. I mean, it obviously a lot happened there.
Yeah, Lego videos.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about the forward base. I'm not sure the value of that 200 kilometers inland. I think it's on the wrong side of the mountains if Isfahan was the target. So I'm not sure about that in terms of military logic of why you would have a long supply line from there, and that is going to be hit by the integrated air defense systems that the Iranians run, and they run them on a guerrilla style where they set up ambush zones rather than have an umbrella defense. And so if you were trying to feed that base, you would be coming along a track of land, hundreds of kilometers track of land, in which the Iranians would be able to use their surface to air ambush tactics for air defense. So I'm not sure about that. I mean, this is a thing. I think we could speculate a lot of what might be, but based on the evidence that we have right now,
make the Americans carry
I'm inclined to believe that they lost a pilot by an air defense operation by the Iranians. And then when they went to get the pilot, they lost a bunch more assets that made it a dicey operation, at which point they withdrew. Effectively, they withdrew for a day and a half, and then went back in at a time in the night and botched the extraction in a pretty spectacular way to lose those planes. So, yeah, I mean, it's the difficult part about the way that the U.S. has handled information in this war. like lying about things that are already proven, and then hiding things that we know these bases have been targeted. We know they're lying about their casualties. The question is how much they're lying about their casualties. All of those things, I think, if we knew them, would put a much more, how many were injured just in the extraction of that single, weapons officer. And then they didn't, on the second day, they didn't have the A-10 Warthog close air support. So it's just, it took the most financed military on Earth, the most well-resourced military on Earth with the most soldiers to get one pilot out of or one weapons officer out of a, pretty much barren mountain area. If that had have happened in an area where people could reach it easily, I think this would be just a completely different story. And I think that that mountain range, I mean, I was taking the Google Earth drive, around to try to see what would make sense for the Americans. They don't need an air with those combat search and rescue C-130s. They don't need runways. I mean, that's the selling point of them. But it sure sounded like they needed a runway. So it's not clear that this was as successful an operation as the U.S. is trying to frame it. And it would have been, it was really egg on the face of the ridiculous statements of Trump saying that there was zero air defenses, and then you get so many assets lost it doesn't fit on a single page.
With the right infographic, you can fit it on it. Just make sure it's to scale.
That's very true. Justin, I mean, with what John just said there, we had Pete Hegseth call this operation incredibly humiliating for Iran's military, and they know it. They know that this was incredibly humiliating for them, and yet Iran doesn't seem to be acting like that. They're incredibly humiliated. Actually, Iran on the other side is saying, well, we responded very quick to this violation, on our territory. And they're claiming that these losses that I pulled up earlier are theirs, that the U.S. did try to blow up. They claim that the U.S. tried to blow up the pilot himself, and they try to blow up anyone that that they couldn't retrieve, as they try to hightail out of there. But, what do you make of these comments by Hegseth? And let me actually play this from Hegseth, because this is, I think, why people can't really believe the United States right now about anything in this war. The theatrics of it all. I mean, just listen to this short comment that he made at the press conference about what happened in the beginning of this whole ordeal.
Airman evaded capture for more than a day, scaling rugged ridges while hunted by the enemy. When he was finally able to activate his emergency transponder, his first message was simple, and it was powerful. He sent a message: God is good. In that moment of isolation and danger, his faith and fighting spirit shone through. You see, shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave, a crevice, all of Saturday, and rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing. God is good.
So it's a biblical prophecy, everything that just happened here, just according to
given that Trump said praise be to Allah, I would have thought Hegseth might have said God is great instead of God is good, right?
Which translation of God is great was probably saying that for sure.
How do we translate God is great into Arabic again? So I just and the other thing is, like, why is the pilot's name a secret? Like, wouldn't it be cool to have a ceremony with the pilot, like, at the White House, and maybe his family,
especially for U.S. lore? I mean, isn't it the pinnacle of U.S. exceptionalism to show how heroic this guy was? They do this for lesser things, like shootings, all of this. I mean, this is crazy. But anyway, continue. Sorry.
He should be on the. He should be at this. He should be at this meeting. I think it's unfair that he doesn't get to be at this meeting. This brave colonel, and I also feel like what do you call them? The internet sleuths ought to be able to, process of elimination, figure out who he was. I mean, colonels are not like this. He's not like a covert operator, right? Is he an army colonel or a marine or something? How many colonels are there? Are there thousands of colonels deployed? Like, I just think this. Like, I don't know if there are people are saying it's because he's dead. I don't know if there ever was a colonel. I don't know if there's any reason. I don't see any reason to believe any of these plot points. Like, I'm partly criticizing this as a fiction writer here. Some of this stuff is not a very good writing, And so, you know, you want your story to hang together. You want there to be some logical progression from one part of the story to the next. And a lot of it is missing here. So, you know, we have only their word on all of this, on this pilot going missing, the pilot, you know, existing, the story of him going to, going to this, hiding in a crevice and then flying to safety. We don't know anything, you know, and I don't believe anything they say. You know,
Oh, did you think I was them? No. Whatever, yeah. All good points, gentle senpai. The UN is basically toothless with the Security Council, is what I think the Gaza lesson has been. Right? I think the only international check on their war crimes, I think, is going to be like boycotts, like BDS, effectively. I mean, I don't know. Countries are going to have to stop trading with them because they're fucking killing, you know, they're genocidal maniacs. I don't know. Getting there, I think. Any day now. Oh, I didn't even talk about this pistachio thing, too. I don't want to, you know, that's a whole thing, but you just made me think of it. They bombed the pistachio warehouses like the first day of the war. Yeah. I don't know, man. Like I said, part of me thinks that this is genuinely a plan to like destroy the economy so they can fucking buy it back at bargain basement prices. Buy back the world somehow. I'm not sure how that goes, but I don't know, man. Like that's my takeaway with the Epstein files is like these people have so much power and they're so fucking like I don't want to call them insane because they're like sane from their point of view, I guess. You know, like they just not inhuman. They're just they don't they're doing their own thing. They don't consider themselves human, I guess. Freaks, dude. I don't know. These guys are just speculating. Yeah. I mean, I would love that. But Trump would never do that, man. He's a giant pussy. All these guys are, all these American politicians. If any of them had to actually... Maybe Birdshit would fight for what he believes in. None of those other guys would ever fucking raise their fists to defend this country they claim to love. It was early, but it's that 4-hour mark. It feels like it's time to go. Oh. There's so much stuff to look at, though. Patty fought in the Pacific, so he doesn't have to.
The thing that I'm looking for is Iranian sources, and they're not saying all that much. So it's hard to know there too, because even the ones that claim to know, like I've seen officials say the whole story will come out, but they don't say here's the story. They say, you know, we'll see. They're all saying it wasn't a rescue. So the Iranian sources that I've seen are all saying it wasn't a rescue. It was a much bigger thing, and it'll be revealed in due course. So the only sources that have told anything resembling accurate information are not explaining what happened.
Yeah, and we should watch What We Wish For, because this guy may end up getting a movie that...
That's fine.
You know?
It's fine. He can have a movie.
Well, there were also some reports. I don't know if you saw, one of the big questions people had was how did this person walk so far in order and survive? I believe it was hundreds and hundreds of kilometers, likely up mountains or various mountains, hills, whatever in that region. Even Pete Hegseth said a crevice, cave, right? Those are two very different things. There's a lot of storytelling here, John, but maybe you could tell us what exactly does the lay of the land of the actual battlefield look like? Because Donald Trump, just as all this is happening, it was reported that he, through mediators, is really trying to push a 45-day ceasefire. And
right. If we could get them all into a ring,
where we are hanging right now is this: Iran has to accept a ceasefire, or it's going to get obliterated again, right? So,
or even just get the generals.
On the lay of the actual battlefield lands right now.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think if
like that big Iranian guy we looked at last night, I forget his name already, like the head smasher or whatever. Yeah. Choose your champion.
The sites that we saw,
I think it's because they all make so much fucking money off this. I think they literally make money, like every bombing run, every missile interceptor that's fired, like they're going cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Like they love it. They don't care how many people die,
burning, which I think are obviously the sites of at least a significant portion of it. It looks like they landed in a valley, in a wadi, and that there was a mountainside right up from there, and that he climbed up some amount of distance to get off of the ground, and then they had
I thought he did moon over Alabama
over him the whole time that didn't let anyone get within miles of him. So those engagements prevented, I think, any kind of Iranian rescue, which was the point, because they knew where he was. I think, they have transponders, they have encrypted communications, they have a whole setup for this to happen. So it wasn't like they were looking for a needle in a haystack, which is the way that they like to make it seem like they did this heroic, deep inside Iran operation. But in reality, he was pretty sheltered on the mountainside. If you have drones over him constantly shooting at anyone that approaches. So yeah, I think that the heroism of this story, I don't see it. I just don't see it because of the evidence that we have seen right now.
Yeah, that guy, Iraqi Rambo, first hit, nice.
Day, I mean, maybe it's a she, to get them on the first day, failed pretty spectacularly. Trump says the entire every air asset they had was deferred away from the battle, and
Russia seemed pissed off about that, but I still don't know. I feel like Putin thinks it's like Trump owes him a favor or something. Maybe I don't know. They definitely seem pissed off about it, but I don't know if he's gonna like make us think about it. I mean, China is like the one that's Israel does a lot of business with China, right? They should say something. It's also that, like, you see how hard this is. Like, they have that new rail line, that, like, it goes across the interior. It's, like, far away from this shit. Like, trying to destroy that is not, they wouldn't be able to do that. And I think this is demonstrating why. Like, they're never going to be able to, like, stymie China in this kind of way. I just think this, it's not like a 5D chess like China attack, I mean, it does fuck China though. But again, does it fuck them enough to like do anything about it? Or they just put up with it? And whatever Trump's saying to them, they haven't said, different, like, I mean, they've talk shit or whatever, but I haven't seen them actually do a whole lot. Maybe this is the calm before the storm. Maybe they're planning. Yeah, China's just like don't do anything, like the Sun Tzu or whatever. Like don't interrupt your enemy when he's like hurting himself, when he's making a mistake. But it's a question of whether it fucks them enough that it's worth, like, accelerating that process, right? Mm.
Focused on this person and rescuing this person. And with that, the air defense systems of the Iranians were able to take down, I mean, they've been able to take down basically one of every kind of plane that the Americans have flown so far. And I think that if they're, they had tried that again in the daylight, I think probably the same thing would have happened. I think they got the small window of the night to get the person out. And I guess that's just really all that we know at this point. If you look at the Google Earth of where the plane went down, you can pretty clearly see the mountain that he would go up on and that he could get up on it. It was pretty gradual. It wasn't sharp cliffs. It was, I think the crevice comes from the fact that it looked pretty spiny all the way up. So you would just get into one of those tracks and hike to safety, at which point your guys are communicating with you that you're going to be rescued and that people aren't going to come up to where you are. So that from that point, it seems to be the plane went down in a sparsely populated area. For sure, it's within distance of Isfahan. But again, I don't see for there to be a forward base there. I mean, it would be under fire from all sides. And then there would have to be this 200-kilometer inland supply line that would have to be completely secured. So, I mean, I don't think they could get a
be an
beachhead,
overland supply line
from the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, let alone hundreds of kilometers in. And I would suspect that the reason there wasn't more planes taken down was because they didn't need to send more planes. Once they knew where the guy was, the goal was to find a time that you can go in and get him, where you don't lose all your assets or your human assets. And they did that, but then they lost their assets. So it's not really, a clean mission. It's definitely not, the Hegseth story. I mean, they said at one point he was injured. So if he was injured,
he said he was seriously injured too. Trump did.
Yeah, to then climb, I don't know those. But yeah, I think that why do we not see the person's name? I can't remember a time where there's been a story like this that we haven't that we haven't seen the names, and it just matches with all of the secrecy of this war because frankly the Americans are not winning this war. They're just not. And all these threats about tomorrow night the show might
China's going to invade Vietnam
tomorrow night when Trump escalates the war to a level that
no one has ever seen.
Yeah,
no one's ever seen
the biggest ever. But if that were to happen, the Gulf states are going to be eliminated, and so that that style of warfare that Trump is threatening is really it'll be catastrophic for Iran, but it'll be catastrophic for the U.S. Footprint in the region, because the countries that are all in the Gulf, right across the lake from Iran, all single point of failure infrastructure, right? Like desalination plants, their fuel they're small countries, so their fuel, their energy projects aren't all spread out over the land like Iran's are. I just think that escalation, that is not going to win the Americans the war. It's going to redraw the map of the Middle East, and I don't know if Trump has, I don't know if he has that in him. So I guess we're going to see.
Yeah, well, he said, Justin, at this press conference that the entire country could be taken out in one night, and that night maybe tomorrow night, referencing this, I think, 8 p.m. Eastern time deadline. Iran, though, has essentially given the middle finger to this deadline and to any ceasefire proposal like the 45-day one that has been relayed through Pakistan. Iran
sounded like Trump was going to
instead demands what it's been demanding since the beginning.
We could take their whole country out in one night, he
said. All theaters in the Middle East, all war theaters, Lebanon, Gaza, Iran, with guarantees, implementation of a transit protocol that recognizes Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz, which is essentially already underway, the lifting of economic sanctions on Iran and acknowledging the right to peacefully enrich uranium under the NPT and UN Charter, and paying reparations for damages. So it doesn't seem like Iran is capitulating here, Justin.
The deal that I saw that I feel like they would be their best bet was some sort of thing where it was like the tolls as reparations, right? Trump could sell something like that, right? I made them do a toll booth. They're gonna start charging for it now. It's gonna be great. They weren't gonna charge. I said you have to charge. It's a very valuable real estate. Some shit like that, right?
So, what does that say about then where this war is? Trump and it feels like Trump and the chief of staff and Pete Hegseth and John Ratcliffe, they were trying to portray a lot of confidence and that things are going very well at the moment. But maybe you can help us understand what this tells us then, that Iran is rejecting the ceasefire.
I don't know why he brought up
despite these
Taiwan
massive
or
threats.
Vietnam.
When you look at the overall picture of how this war has been conducted, and like you just try to ask yourself which side of this war looks like it's implementing a plan that it's step by step following. If they do this, we'll do this. If we see that, we'll do this, and we march towards our objective in a kind of systematic way. And which side seems to be making up objectives as they go along. Like the U.S. has, like I had this tweet the other day that did pretty well, where I said, they started off with their objective being preventing weapons that weren't being made. They moved on to trying to open a strait that wasn't closed.
If they drive the
and then they
oil
moved on
markets
to trying to rescue
up,
pilots who weren't missing until after their
$200
operation.
a barrel.
So they just keep
is it become worth
moving
it
on from
to China
one
to
plan to
change
another.
their fucking?
I don't, as legendary, even if you take them at their word about how wonderful and legendary and unprecedented this rescue operation was, it was a rescue operation.
If oil's $200 a barrel, they're going to do something
already,
about
if
it.
you're doing a rescue operation, something has happened that you didn't want to happen in the first
Don't you
place.
think?
The escalation
Jet fuel and all that shit
of Iran has for anyone who's paying attention, including the Americans, it's been definitively shown. Every time they
even
said
150 a barrel,
they said, if you do this, we're going to destroy that. Then the Israelis destroy something.
Yeah.
They say, okay, you destroyed this thing. We said we were going to destroy that. Tomorrow we're going to destroy that. And then they do. The next day they destroy it. So similarly, now Trump has said, tomorrow I'm going to destroy the power plants and bridges. And the Iranians have said, if Trump follows through with this foolhardy plan, we will destroy everything in an irreparable way. And so, I just don't see any reason anybody should have to think that they're bluffing. They're not. They have not. They haven't even once done that. So there is now the last thing I'll say about this is if you take, like John was saying, he has this phrase, the single point of failure infrastructure.
I mean, they import a lot of oil.
If everything in the Middle East is turned into ash, Iran will rise from the ash. So will Palestine and
I guess they got
Lebanon,
that deal with
probably
Russia coming
Syria,
online.
and some of these societies.
Pipeline.
But the Gulf states will not. The Gulf states are, they're not societies; they're theme parks, right? Somebody, I saw that online. Somebody said, if the people who work in a place can't afford to live in that place, you don't have a city, you have a theme park. And the Gulf states are theme parks. They won't rise from the ashes, and you can't. There's no such thing. Really, the last thing. There's no such thing as taking out a country in a day. Not a 90. You can, if you're willing to use nuclear weapons, take out a city in a day. As horrific as that is, you can't take out. There's no mechanism for taking out a country of 90 million people that's the size of France and Germany combined in a day. If people think about France and Germany combined,
what do you mean? Couldn't you just drop 10 nukes
some
on them?
context that they know a little better, they'll see there's no way to take. You can maybe destroy the entire planet. It might be. It's a problem on that order. So again, Trump doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. I just to second that, like the Gulf would be wiped out, and it's not hard to do because the Gulf is essentially a collection of cities, right? It's not, they don't have hinterlands.
They don't have mountains that they've buried their missile cities in, or their, resilient,
or their desalination plant. Like if that plant goes and you don't have water, it's not, it doesn't take a water geologist, whoever, rocket scientist for water geology to tell you that you're not going to last long in the Middle East if you're desalination plants. And those have been targeted. Those are said to be targets. And every time Iran says they're going to target them, they do. And every time the U.S. tries for escalation dominance, they really just strengthen Iran's hand.
It costs too much to live
now,
there.
Sitting here 38 days into the war, Iran is in the process of overthrowing the sanctions regime, recovering their currency through the Strait of Hormuz toll booth, making their ally.
You can recover your currency by subscribing here. It's a long-term investment and it pays off. Teach you about the real economy. We have an almanac. Sports scores. It's not fun at all. It fucking sucks. Plus, like, all the shit's going on back, you know, in Gaza and Lebanon. I mean, we didn't really talk about it, but it looked like Hamas was like mobilizing tonight, which, you know, it's cool. I don't know. Israel's got to be fucking stretched, trying to invade Lebanon. Bastards. Yeah, but I mean, the point of the oil price like that, though, is like you don't have notice that. I mean, they'd have to have already done that, you know? Yeah, no, they should totally. I mean, so I'm saying, not that that's what they should do. I'm saying they, you know, they deserve reparations, but like, you know, they should have been towing it anyway. Like everyone else tolls their straight like that. Like, I don't know, Syria was kind of quiet, but maybe they got put down. I don't know. Like they were pretty jazzed up a couple days ago. But those Al-Qaeda guys they have running the country are fucking vicious. They, you know, they probably went and killed all their kids or whatever. Alright, so I'm gonna go. Maybe I'll stream early again tomorrow. I don't know. It's pretty interesting. It's not even 4:20 and I'm already fucking done. Okay. Well, if you come back tomorrow, shoot for midnight or earlier. Alright. But I will have time for all your non-subscribers' moms. That's the upside. I've been having to cut short all of my visits to the moms of the non-subscribers. So we'll remedy that tonight. Okay. Yeah.